It's now 10 o'clock and this inquiry is resumed. My name is Leslie Coffey and I'm a Chartered Town Planner, and I've been instructed by the Secretary of State to conduct this inquiry. As you may be aware, the inquiry opened on the 20th of February at the same time as the planning inquiry, but we've been focusing on the planning issues, and now it's time to move on to the evidence in respect of these orders. There's three orders. So we've got the Oxfordshire County Council Didcot to Culham Thames Bridge Scheme 2022, the Oxford County Council Didcot Garden Towns Highway Infrastructure A4130 Improvement Milton Gate to Collet Roundabout, the A4197 Didcot to Culham Link Road, and the A415 Clifton Hampton Bypass Side Roads Order 2022. And then we've also got the Oxfordshire County Council Didcot Garden Town Highways Infrastructure Improvement. I won't repeat all the road numbers, but it's the Compulsory Purchase Order 2022. So for those of you who haven't been here, I'm assisted by Mrs. Joanna Vincent, the Programme Officer, and if you've got any questions about the programming or other matters on which you need information, she'll try and help you. And I'm sure most of you have probably been in touch with her over recent weeks. Just before I go any further, can everyone hear me? Yes, thank you. And could I ask that any audible notifications are switched off on phones, etc.? Thank you. There's no planned fire alarms today, so if the alarm goes, we need to leave the room and we can use the doors here. Does anyone need assistance to leave? No? Thank you. And the toilets are out in the corridor. I'm sure most of you have probably found them by now. If, as I go through, you've got any questions, if you could just raise your hand rather than just interrupt, that would be helpful. So, as I said, the inquiry opened on the 20th of February, and I've heard the evidence in relation to the recovered planning application, with the exception of a couple of matters in relation to viability, and I understand that these will be addressed by Mr. Mann and Mr. Moon, as agreed with the joint parish councils. I'll just very quickly run through what the proposal is for. So there's four elements: the dualling of the A4130 from Milton Gate Junction eastwards, and that includes the construction of 3 roundabouts, a road bridge known as the Didcot Science Bridge over the Great Western Main Line, and realignment of the A4130 northeast of the bridge, including the relocation of a lagoon, the construction of a new road between Didcot and Culham, known as the Didcot to Culham River Crossing, and that also includes 3 roundabouts and a road bridge over the Appleford Railway sidings, and a road bridge over the River Thames, and the construction of a new road between the B4015 and the A415, known as the Clifton Hampton Bypass, and that includes the provision of 1 roundabout and associated junction improvements. So I'm going to start by asking the main parties to introduce themselves and their witnesses. I also need to mention that the inquiry's been live streamed, and it may be that there's participants who aren't present this morning. So if I could start with the acquiring authority.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Madam. My name's Hugh Flanagan. I'm a barrister instructed by Debbie Reynolds of TLT. You already have my list of appearances. It's the same list that was handed up at the beginning of the called-in inquiry, so I won't re-hand it up, but for the benefit of those here, I'll refer to the relevant witnesses. And I should say I'm appearing with Mr. Michael Humphreys, KC, and he won't be attending today, but he will be attending tomorrow. In terms of witnesses, I have 4 witnesses for the orders part of the conjoined inquiries, and I'll call them in this order. Firstly, Mr. Andrew Blanchard, Associate Director at ACOM, a highways engineer, deals with the A4130 and Didcot Science Bridge parts of the scheme. Secondly, Mr. Carl Chan, also Associate Director at ACOM, another highways engineer, and he deals with the Culham River crossing and Clifton Hampton bypass parts of the scheme. Then thirdly, Mr. Stephen Moon, Senior Associate at Gately Hamer. He deals with landowner negotiations. And then fourthly and finally, Mr. Timothy Mann, Programme Lead on the scheme for Oxfordshire County Council. He deals with CPO justification, compelling case, funding and viability issues.
Thank you. And I'd just like to make clear that although Mr. Moon is the same overall company as Mrs. Vincent, the programme officer, they're completely unknown to each other as far as I'm aware. They certainly don't work together in any form. So the other parties I've got that are due to appear, and I think the latest version of the programme is now on the website. I'm afraid it's throughout the inquiry we've had to keep updating it just due to unexpected matters that have arisen that's affected various parties' availability. So the order I've got might not be correct. So Mr. Mockler, who we were due to hear today, but he is unable to make it today. And as far as I'm aware, Mr. Mockler is representing himself. I've got the Oxford Field Path Society and the Ramblers. Are they present today? No. I've got CPRE Oxfordshire. Thames Water Utilities Limited. Are they represented today? They are. Do you want to introduce yourself? Just say who you are. Sorry, I'm struggling. Is it possible you could just come up to the microphone? Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you. Oh, can you... And they're very directional as well. So just make sure it's... Do you want to help, Joanna?
Is that right? Get there eventually. Good morning. My name is Helen Miller of Evershed, Sutherland. I'm instructed by Thames Water. Thames will be represented by Miss Daisy Noble, who will be in attendance tomorrow.
Thank you. And you've got 2 witnesses?
That's correct, yes.
Right. Okay, thank you. My assumption is that you won't make opening submissions until tomorrow. Thank you. The next one I've got is RWE Generation UK Limited. Are they represented this morning? No? Mays Properties? National Grid? Trustees of WE Gale Trust? Okay. And is there anyone else who wishes to address the inquiry? No? Thank you. So I've had proofs of evidence from all of the above parties. And I've also got outstanding objections from Mr. and Mrs. Aries, Appleford Parish Council, and the joint parish councils, Mrs. Mason, Bernard Wallace, Mandy Rigault, and Stephen Smith. It might be that some of those have been withdrawn, and I'm wrong, right? Okay. But are there any other outstanding objections to the orders?
Could I just check my list?
Yes, I thought one or two of these were withdrawn, but I couldn't find the letters last night. So
So, Network Rail remain outstanding, as I understand.
sorry, yes, they're on my list.
Um,
Network Rail, okay.
Mandy Riggalt has withdrawn, as we understand.
Thank you for that. I need to just check it. That was my understanding, and I just couldn't find the withdrawal, but it might be me. Okay.
Perhaps we can check that.
So I've got Mrs. Mason.
Mrs. Mason we've got down as a withdrawal as well.
Right.
And
Mr. Wallace.
Bernard Wallace withdrew on Friday, as I understand.
Okay. And, he withdrew on Friday?
Yeah, quite a recent withdrawal, that one.
Right. So I've got Stephen Smith, so it's Mr. and Mrs. Aries, the Appleford Parish Council, Joint Parish Councils, and Stephen Smith. Is that correct?
That's right.
Thank you. Sorry, if I can just check, is that your understanding, Joanna?
The withdrawal letters are all in section K of the core documents.
Yes. Let me have a quick look. I couldn't.
Yes, she has definitely.
So yes, I see Mrs. Mason there.
Mrs. Mason there. It seemed Miss Riggalt's withdrawal might not be on there, so maybe that's something we can
That's probably.
follow up on.
I can't see hers, and I can see Mr. Wallace's on there. Thank you.
Could I just also mention in connection with that one other connected matter in relation to National Grid, who you just mentioned? We've had a communication. It was yesterday afternoon, and so it may not have got to you yet, but it's from the solicitor acting for National Grid. So I'll just briefly read it out. It says, to confirm in relation to National Grid electricity transmission, NGET and OCC have been in discussion over the terms of an asset protection agreement to resolve NGET's objections to the SRO and CPO. She then says the terms of the APA have now been agreed. Both parties are in the process of executing the agreement. It's anticipated both parties will have executed the agreement by the end of this week. Once the documentation is in place, NGET will withdraw their objection to the scheme and confirm they do not need to appear on the 8th of May. So then she said she offers to provide an update by the end of this week, but I think that explains their non-appearance this morning.
Thank you for that, Mr. Flanagan. So there was a pre-inquiry meeting on the 9th of November 2023 held by the previously appointed inspector to discuss the management of both inquiries. The merits of respective parties' cases weren't discussed, and I've subsequently sent out notes clarifying arrangements for the inquiries. And again, these didn't address the merits of the case. So can I ask the inquiring authority whether the statutory formalities are being complied with?
They have, and there is a section of the core documents which it's in H, and H 7, 8 and 9 of the core documents has the statutory notices and compliance certificates.
If you can just bear with me. Section 8, sorry, 7,
So
7, 8 and 9.
7, 8 and 9.
Yeah.
There's one to be added, which is not there yet, which is the protected asset certificate, which has been recently sent to Ms Vincent, so hopefully that will go up due course. And then separately there is also a small issue requiring a further notice around the SRO at the Culham roundabout. And it's quite a discrete small issue. It's required some notices to go to the occupiers of Culham number 1, which is the development there, because it's been essentially a tweak to the SRO. And I'm proposing that that's something that's picked up on Friday in the modification session, so we can show you the plans and explain what that is. That's acceptable.
Thank you. So I'm just going to outline the procedure at the inquiry. So we're going to follow the compulsory purchase inquiries procedure rules. Obviously the inquiry is necessary because objections to the orders have been received and not withdrawn. And the purpose of this inquiry is for the council to justify its position in making the orders, and for the objectors to explain to me why they shouldn't be confirmed or modified. So in terms of the proceedings, I'm going to invite the council to present a concise opening of the council's case. It seems to me that there's nobody else wishes to make opening announcements at this stage. If you do, can you raise your hand? Right. In which case we'll hear other opening announcements as that case is introduced, as that objector appears. Then we'll hear the evidence in chief from the 4 council witnesses. And that's probably where we'll get to today due to witness availability. Following that, I will hear the first objection. The objector will call their witness for evidence in chief and cross-examination. And then the council will call witnesses and respond as appropriately. The council have indicated to me the witnesses, it's the 4 witnesses that have already been outlined. Mr. Moon, Mr. Blanchard and Mr. Chan are likely to respond to those objections. And then we'll repeat the procedure with subsequent objectors. The objector will then have the chance to obviously cross-examine the council's witnesses on those matters. We'll follow the same procedure through for subsequent objectors, but on Friday we're going to look at the schedule of modifications, and then we'll hear closing submissions, and it would be helpful if parties, when they give their evidence, could indicate whether they propose to deliver those submissions on the final day of the inquiry or at the end of their evidence. So I'm sure you're familiar with it, but for anyone who might not be, I'll just explain that I'll be submitting a report to the Secretary of State for Transport outlining the evidence and submissions heard at the inquiry, including written representations received, together with my conclusions and recommendations. The Secretary of State will then consider my report with all the written objections and representations and issue a decision on the orders. I will also report on the modifications and make recommendations in respect of the modifications. If when you're presenting your evidence you've got objections to the modifications, if you could let me know. Can I just check, have the modifications been added to the website? No. Have you, I'm assuming you've consulted with any party likely to be directly affected by them? You have. I think we should probably put the draft schedule of modifications on the website so that people are aware of them.
Madam, there will be a further document sent through to me today which will have some additional modifications in it. So on that basis, it might be that you would wish to wait for that document to come through and it could be added tomorrow.
Okay, when will that be able to go onto the website?
It's coming through to me today, so I'll need to carry out some checks, but I suspect we would be able to get that to you tomorrow.
Okay. I think it's probably better just to put the existing one up and then supersede it. That way people have got, if it comes up tomorrow, it's very short notice for anyone who may wish to look at it before they give evidence. So if we put up the existing draft, yes, an INQ, that's fine. So we've separated out the documents submitted in the inquiry into the orders and the planning. Right. You also need to be aware that I'm unable to settle any points of law between the parties, but I will include the essence of any legal submissions made. And I also want to just be clear about matters that I'm unable to address as part of this inquiry. And this includes the government policies, methodologies, design standards, and economic assumptions adopted by the government. They're not for debate, but their application to in terms of the proposals may be relevant. Also, I can't deal with the assessment of compensation. That's a matter for negotiation between the parties. And obviously, if agreement's not reached, it's for determination by the Lands Tribunal. But that would only be if the scheme and/or orders are eventually made and confirmed. In terms of the site visit, I've already made an accompanied site inspection of the area, and I will make a further inspection following the close of the inquiries. And it's an opportunity for me to see the site in the light of the evidence. I don't anticipate that it will be necessary for me to enter onto private land, but if necessary, if you feel it's necessary for me to enter onto your land, if you could let the programme officer know and we'll make appropriate arrangements. I'll either need to do it unaccompanied or accompanied by a representative of both sides. So I've seen many of the sites on the previous visit, but if you feel it is important, do let me know. Sitting times, we're going to sit this week Tuesday to Friday, and then we're not sitting next week, and then the following week we're sitting Wednesday to Friday if necessary, but we may finish on the Thursday. May the 10th is a reserve day. Because we've had various issues with the availability of the parties, I'd like to keep May the 10th as a reserve day at the moment. And I'd also ask that parties remain as flexible as possible in terms of their attendance. We've just had quite a number of unexpected issues arise. Generally won't sit later than 5 o'clock, but we'll be flexible depending on where we are in the evidence. And we'll start at 10 o'clock or 9:30 if that's agreed to be more appropriate due to the amount of evidence. And I'll defer to the parties on that matter. Be lunch break about 12:45 to 1:15 and a short morning break and afternoon break. And I'll be guided by the parties as to an appropriate time. On Friday, I'd like to finish no later than 3 o'clock in order to allow everyone time to travel, but I think that's probably easy to accommodate this Friday. Okay. So I've read the statements submitted by parties at the time of the application, at the time the orders were submitted. So there's no need to repeat it all unless you want to draw my attention to something specific. The documents should be on the website, and we'll use these during the inquiry. If there's anything that you think has been overlooked, if you could firstly let the programme officer know, but I think everything is on there. Any documents submitted during the course of the inquiry should be sent to the programme officer, as well as the acquiring authority, and it would save a lot of time if you could copy other parties that need to be aware of it in when you send it in. And just be aware that I can't pick up emailed documents other than at the end of the day or lunchtime. So try not to submit documents at short notice, and a hard copy, unless it's a particularly long document, would be helpful. And then just one further point before When we hear from witnesses, you need to be aware that they, following recent advice from PBER, that they would be impaired once they've given their evidence in chief before they start their cross-examination. And that would apply to the adjournments. I won't go through the running order because I think it's changed again this morning. But my understanding is that tomorrow, and I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, that we're going to hear from the Oxford Field Path Society and the Ramblers, CPRE for Oxfordshire, Thames Water Utilities, and RWE Generation. Is that still correct? It is. So Mr. Flanagan has confirmed that the formalities are being completed, and unless anyone's got any concerns, I'm going to take the orders, which are documents H1, H3 and H5, I think. I'm going to take them as read. H1, H3, I think that's correct. Yeah, I'm going to take those as read rather than ask for them to be read out. So, just by way of summary, the side roads order is made under section 14 and 125 of the Highways Act, and where, as you'll be aware, where a highway is to be stopped up, another reasonably convenient route should be available or needs to be provided before it's stopped up, unless it's private means of access and either no access to the premises is reasonably required, or there's another reasonably convenient means of access to the premises, or such a will be provided, and that provision is also to be made for the preservation of any rights of statutory undertakers in respect to their apparatus. The draft CPOs made under sections 239, 240, 246, 249 and 250 of the Highways Act, and parts 2 and 3 of Schedule 2 of the Acquisition of Land Act 1981. For this order to be confirmed, the land affected must be required for the construction, improvement or carrying out of works to a highway maintainable at public expense, or the provision of buildings or facilities used in connection with the construction or maintenance of a highway maintainable at public expense. In order, the matters that the Secretary of State will want to consider include that there's a compelling case for the acquisition of the land, in a compelling case in the public interest for the acquisition of land, that the inquiring authority has a clear idea of how it intends to use the land it seeks to inquire, and that they can show that all the necessary resources to carry out its plans are likely to be available within a reasonable timescale. In addition, there needs to be evidence to show that the scheme is unlikely to be blocked by any impediment to implementation, and that the compulsory purchase of the land justifies interfering with the human rights of those with an interest in the land affected. And obviously, I need to have regard to the public sector equality duty, and I'm aware there's a statement on that within the documents. Thank you. In terms of the bridge order, the requirement is that the reasonable, that's made under section 106.3 of the Highways Act, and that the reasonable requirements of navigation over the waters affected by the order or scheme are maintained. And I've got a response from the Environment Agency on that and the Council's evidence. Are there any other issues that anyone wishes to raise? As I say, we've had extensive planning evidence, and I don't want to repeat that other than where it's directly relevant. Okay, thank you. So if there's no other matters, there is, Mr. Flanagan.
So just one housekeeping matter, if I may. As you spotted, the public rights of way numbering has changed, and that has resulted in a lot of the modifications, as I understand. And we've produced a note which explains the numbering change with reference to the definitive map. One has changed and one is proposed to be changed, as I understand. It's a 2-page note with 2 plans attached. That's all it deals with. And so if it's useful, I was proposing to hand that up to you now.
I think that would be helpful. Thank you. So just for your information, well, Mr. Flanagan's probably better at just explaining why the footpath numbers have changed, but there's no change to the scheme other than the numbers. So.
That's right. So it's one footpath. If I just explain this for the benefit of people here, there's one footpath which goes off the A4130, and that's footpath 243.3.10. That is proposed to be changed. We're going to anticipate that within the modifications. The other one is Bridleway, what was Bridleway 243.1.10, also going off the A4130. That has recently changed, well after the orders were made, on the definitive map. So the numbering of that is also the subject of a modification to update that so it reflects the definitive map. And that's the extent of it, essentially.
Thank you. So the numbers within the document, the plan that we discussed last week, where I highlighted that I thought the numbering was wrong, that's the original numbering, and that this is the new numbering.
That's right. So the numbering you have on our general arrangement plans is the original numbering.
Thank you.
One of those has already changed, and another one is proposed to be changed.
Thank you. Are there any questions or any matters anyone wants to raise before we hear from the first witness? No? In that case, Mr. Flanagan, do you want to?
I've got my opening, in fact.
Sorry.
If that's useful to hear.
Yes.
I'll
Sorry
hand
about that.
copies up.
Thank you.
So in opening, in respect of the orders part of these conjoined inquiries, I say as follows, that Oxfordshire County Council is the acquiring authority in respect of 3 orders: the compulsory purchase order, the side roads order and the bridge scheme. The orders are required to deliver the Hif1 scheme. OCC briefly introduced the orders in its opening statement when the conjoined inquiries into the called-in planning application and the orders were opened on 20th of February of this year. And I do so more fully now at the start of the orders part of the conjoined inquiries, and I also provide an update on objections. So the orders are made to facilitate the delivery of the scheme, which consists of a highway scheme approximately 11 kilometres in length, including converting 1.8 kilometres of single carriageway to dual carriageway, 6.8 kilometres of new single carriageway, together with approximately 20 kilometres of new and or improved off-carriageway cycling and pedestrian infrastructure. Connections into the existing public rights-of-way network will be provided, and the scheme includes 3 overbridges. And the orders were made by the Council on 21st of December 2022 and submitted to the Secretary of State for Transport on the 26th of January 2023. The land and rights to be compulsorily acquired for the scheme pursuant to the CPO were identified as part of the land referencing process, and delivery of the county scheme requires the acquisition of the order land, and the order land comprises only land required to facilitate the scheme. And the boundary of the order land and the plots are shown on the plans accompanying the order. The order land comprises a total area of 135 or so hectares of land in the county of Oxfordshire. The scheme will be constructed on land comprised of agricultural land, residential development land, enterprise zone land, former quarry land, landfill, waste site land, industrial commercial land, including curtilage, landscape frontages, private means of access, commercial development land, and land of existing public highways, including roads, restricted byways, footpaths, and bridleways. A schedule of interests in the land is set out in the CPO, and the CPO is made pursuant to sections 239, 240, 246, 250, 260 of the Highways Act 1980. The SRO is made under sections 14 and 125 of the 1980 Act, and the SRO would, if confirmed by the Secretary of State, enable the construction of the scheme and other necessary and associated highway works. The making and confirmation of the SRO will, as shown on the SRO plans, enable the acquiring authority to improve, raise, lower, divert or otherwise alter highways, stop up highways, construct new highways, stop up private means of access to premises required as a consequence of the construction of the scheme, and to provide new private means of access to premises. Thirdly, the bridge scheme is made under section 106.3 of the 1980 Act to enable the construction of a road bridge over the River Thames, being a navigable, non-tidal waterway of the design dimensions set out in the bridge scheme. The bridge scheme is in addition to needing to secure through the CPO the acquisition of the airspace through which the bridge structure will be constructed, together with the land either side of the River Thames on the bridge approach, which will be acquired for the scheme, and the acquisition of new rights as required to maintain and repair the bridge structure in the future, together with other such rights as may be necessary. The Council requests that the orders are confirmed subject to modifications. An initial table of modifications is included in the county statement of case, and this has now been updated, which includes further modifications to address matters raised by objectors. I then turn to the case in support of the orders. And the case in support of the orders has been set out in the joint statement of reasons accompanying the orders and the Council's statement of case for the orders. In overview, a compelling case in the public interest exists for the CPO in accordance with the CPO guidance, in light of the urgent need for and substantial benefits of the scheme. The scheme will provide modern, fit-for-purpose transport infrastructure which the thousands of homes and jobs planned for the area need in order to come forward. The scheme is a fundamental plank of adopted development plans for the area and will enable their ambitions to be realised. Very significant benefits flow from this, meeting housing and employment need, enabling economic growth in an area which is vitally important to the local, regional and national economy, and doing so in a way that will facilitate sustainable modes of travel. The scheme will have environmental benefits, particularly in taking existing and future traffic away from villages and improving residential amenity. The need for and benefits of the scheme can only attract very substantial weight. The adverse effects are restricted in scope and number. It is inevitable that some such effects will arise when providing large-scale infrastructure such as the scheme, and the scheme has been sensitively designed to ensure that the effects are minimised and accompanied by appropriate mitigation so far as is necessary. Overall, this is an important, significantly beneficial and urgently needed scheme, and there is a compelling basis for confirming the orders in order to ensure that it can come forward. Due to the conjoined nature of the inquiries, the evidence on the need for and benefits of the scheme has already been heard. It was set out in detail in the county's evidence and tested through questioning, in particular in the evidence of Aaron Wisdom and also the other evidence on highways matters. That's issues 1 to 4 on the inspector's list of issues for the called-in planning part of the conjoined inquiries. Environmental effects, that was issues 5 to 12, and planning matters, that was issues 13 to 14. That also included detailed evidence on alternatives to the scheme, which is also relevant to the case for the orders, both strategic alternatives and alternatives in respect of detailed design and routing matters. And the county relies on all of the above evidence in support of the orders. the county will call further evidence in this orders part of the conjoined inquiries to explain the funding position and confirm that, in accordance with the CPO guidance, all the necessary resources are likely to be available within the required timescale. The county will also show that, in accordance with the CPO guidance, it has taken reasonable steps to acquire all of the land and rights included in the CPO by agreement and continues to do so. And I note in footnote 11 there that the CPO guidance also, of course, provides that if an acquiring authority waits for negotiations to break down before starting the compulsory purchase process, valuable time will be lost. Therefore, depending on when the land is required, it may often be sensible, given the amount of time required to complete the compulsory purchase process, for the acquiring authority to plan a compulsory purchase timetable as a contingency measure and initiate formal procedures. So returning to the main text, there was significant engagement with landowners both before and after the making of the orders in December 2022, and noting that we are now 16 or so months on from that date, during which negotiations with a large number of landowners have been proceeding in earnest. And that is set out to the inquiry in Mr Moon's very full written evidence. The county's evidence will explain that the statutory tests in respect of the SRO and the bridge scheme are met. That's firstly A, as to the SRO, the tests in section 14.6, another reasonably convenient route, and section 1253, no access reasonably required or another reasonably convenient means of access available, are satisfied. And as to the bridge scheme, the new bridge, the test being that the new bridge will not impede the reasonable requirements of navigation in accordance with section 107. As to objections which are remaining and have not been withdrawn at the time of writing this are as follows, and I've struck through the withdrawn objections, which hopefully is helpful, and they're set out in that table, and you see the ones not struck through being outstanding, and those are all of the ones that you, Madam, have listed this morning. I perhaps only note that the occupiers of New Farm, which is number 19, you didn't expressly mention. I understand Mr Mockler has indicated an intention potentially to call one of those occupiers as a witness. I think they are a separate objector, but we will deal with them in any event.
Could I just also clarify that on the website we've got the withdrawal letter from the parish councils, joint parish councils, but they've subsequently changed their position and haven't withdrawn, and that's why I've mentioned them this morning.
Thank you. Yes. So that reflects our table as well. Not withdrawn is the current position. So that's the table. Then going to paragraph 15, a representation under section 16 of the Acquisition of Land Act 1981 has been made to the appropriate minister by Network Rail Infrastructure Limited as statutory undertaker, and the county will say that it can be purchased, the land, without serious detriment to the carrying on of the undertaking, pursuant to section 16.3, such that the CPO can be confirmed notwithstanding this representation, albeit that the county anticipates that it will be withdrawn along with Network Rail Infrastructure Limited's objection. The county will deal with each of the remaining objections in its evidence and say that none provide a basis not to confirm the orders. No objector puts forward any cogent challenge to the need case for the orders. The county is at an advanced stage of negotiations with many of the remaining objectors with a view to entering into private agreements, which will mean the objectors can withdraw their objections. The scheme has mitigated its impact on landowners and on rights of way so far as is reasonably possible, and compensation will of course be payable in accordance with the Compensation Code. In all the circumstances, the county will say that the compelling case in the public interest for the scheme heavily outweighs the private loss. The county will continue to engage with objectors who are willing to do so with a view to resolving their objections. And so for all those reasons, the county will in due course ask that the orders be confirmed subject to modification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Flanagan. So,
I now call my first witness, was Mr Blanchard.
Thank you.
Let you you get set up, Mr. Blanchard. Good, Mr. Blanchard. You've obviously given evidence already. I'm going to reintroduce you to the inquiry, however. You are Andrew Blanchard, right?
That's correct.
Good. An Associate Director at ACOM, worked in the company for 8.5 years, bachelor's degree in Civil Engineering and a master's in Transport Planning and Engineering, chartered member of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation, 26 years in traffic and highways engineering experience, and you manage delivery of traffic highway schemes throughout the UK and overseas. That's all correct, I take it?
Yes.
Good. Now, as I said, you gave evidence a few weeks ago in respect of the called-in planning application, and that involved going through the parts of the scheme, the design of which you are giving evidence on. Your evidence now is going to be going to ask you about the orders, so we take all that as read. Don't ask you to repeat any of that. By way of reminder, you cover the A4130 widening and Didcot Science Bridge elements, that's right?
That's right.
Not the Cullums River Crossing or Clifton Hampton Bypass?
Yes.
In preparing the design, you explained in your evidence a few weeks ago that you'd worked with a experienced contractor to advise on construction phasing and land requirements. That remain correct, and just elaborate a bit on that, please, if you would.
Yes, it is. We worked with experienced contractor while preparing the preliminary design to effectively discuss the potential construction phasing and land requirements for the scheme. This established the scheme boundary, which includes the land that will ultimately be part of the new public highway, and also land required for a temporary period for construction purposes.
And in terms of land take, so I've just said in opening now that the county consider that the land required in the land included in the compulsory purchase order and the rights are necessary to deliver the scheme. Can you give your evidence on the necessity of the land in the CPO to deliver the scheme from a highways engineering point of view, please?
Yes, the land is required in order to construct the scheme and deliver it.
Good. Okay. In terms of your evidence, your proof of evidence, section 2 is called scheme design, and you will recall that you went through that in quite some significant detail in your evidence in chief for the called-in planning applications.
Yes.
And that explains the design, explains how the design has been worked up, and why it's satisfactory in your view. I'm going to take that all as read, given that we've dealt with that already. I don't ask you to repeat it. But I'm going to come to the SRO compliance matters, which I am going to ask you to give evidence on. So just by way of reminder from a legal point of view, that this evidence is going particularly to the tests in sections 14 and 125 of the Act. I'll just briefly remind you of those. The section 14, that no order shall be made authorising the stopping up of a highway unless there is another reasonably convenient route available or to be provided. So that's stopping up of highways. And the second one, section 125(3), no order authorising stopping up of a means of access to premises, so private means of access, shall be confirmed unless either no access to the premises reasonably required, or another reasonably convenient means of access to premises is available or will be provided. So that's the framework and the tests that are to be met. And with those in mind, I'm going to ask you to take us through, please, the SRO plans for your part of the scheme and to identify the highway that's being stopped up and any reasonably convenient route that is being provided to make up for that. And similarly with private means of access, to identify any private means of access that's being stopped up and any replacement, or if no replacement is required, why there's no replacement required. So could you take up those SRO plans? They are at CD H4-a, which is the A4130 SRO plans. There's 4 pages of them. And starting from this western extent of the scheme around the Backhill roundabout, we immediately see on the first of those plans that there is highway to be stopped up, and there's also private means of access to be stopped up. So with that introduction, Mr. Blanchard, if you take us through them, please.
Of course, yep. So if you look at site plan 1, inset A, down the bottom or top, you can see there's a section of highway that's to be stopped up. This is a slightly unusual situation in that highway doesn't actually exist yet. It's related to the access route to the Milton Heights scheme that's been mentioned during the planning portion of the inquiry. So it's in anticipation of that scheme going ahead and that there would be a public right-of-way established to that bridge that overlaps with the Hif1 scheme.
Sorry, you said inset A, did you? Or are you talking about inset A? Or
Yes.
You
yes.
are. So, just, right, I can see it now.
Yeah.
I've enlarged it.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
So it's a provision basically in anticipation of the Milton Heights scheme going ahead and the public rights of way that will be established as part of that scheme. And with the Hif1 then providing the southwest arm of the Backhill roundabout, that would provide the reasonable, convenient alternative route. As there will be a shared use pedestrian and cycle track on the eastern side of that new road.
And does the Milton Heights link that's not implemented yet, is that a requirement of a permission, or are you not sure?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay.
So that, Mr. Blanchard, that's inset A, and that's the designation. I just highlight it now because it's the form we see throughout. That's 1/S1, I think, is it? That's what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Okay, so that's the highway to be stopped up, and southwest arm provides a reasonably convenient route to replace it. Then the private means of access, please.
Yes, so in the main part of site plan 1, where we've got the solid black hatch, which indicates the private means of access to be stopped up. So so it's marked as 1.1 to 1.5, which is the backhill lane, private means of access, and spurs off of it, accesses off of it, and they are to be stopped up. And then the equivalent or convenient replacement for those accesses would be via the same southwest arm of the Backhill roundabout, New Road. So, which are indicated as 1A to 1F in site plan 1A. So next sheet.
So 1A to 1F in the CPO plans? Or?
No, in the next sheet on the
in the
PSRO.
next sheet.
Yes, so it's indicated as site plan at 1A. Next page.
Got it. Thank you.
And rather inconveniently, it's a different orientation on that sheet to the first page.
Yeah. Thank you.
The other private means of access that is to be stopped up is on the right-hand side of that site plan 1A, which is marked as 1.6. So this is the northern end of the new farm access. And that access will be, that element of that access will be incorporated into the widened A4130 scheme. And there, then a new access would be provided, or private means of access would be provided from the relocated public highway boundary. That's approximately 20-25 metres south of the existing boundary. And that's marked as 1G on the plan.
Thank you.
And another thing to note here is that at the Backhill roundabout, you'll see that the south-east arm, which is indicated as 1F, is a new private means of access to that land, which is named northwest of Valley Park, in the ownership of Mr. Mockler. And I'm sure we'll look at that more in depth when Mr. Mockler provides his evidence.
No doubt. Anything further on those site plans 1 and 1A, Mr. Blanchard?
No, nothing else.
Okay. So if you move to the next, to site plan 2, please, same process.
Yeah, so there's a public highway that's labelled 2S1, which is the northern end of the public rights-of-way footpath 243-310. And it's also a private access track into the field, which is captured in inset A of that plan.
Thank you.
So,
And just given we're looking at it, so that the bit of highway to be stopped up there, and the bit of private means of access, the private means of access to be stopped up, as you said, is the northern extent of footpath 243310, which you can see marked. So that is the footpath, the numbering of which is proposed, the subject of a planned renumbering.
that's correct, as part of the Western Valley Parish Council creation.
Thank you.
So as with the new farm access, that element of the public right-of-way will be incorporated into the widened A4130. And so effectively now terminate at the new boundary of the highway. And a PMA replaced at that point. And then so that's it on site plan 2. And then similarly for site plan 3 is the Cow Lane public right-of-way, bridle-way, 3S1. And that also has a coincident private access track into that field. So they would both be stopped up, just the same as the new farm access and the footpath, adjusted to the new public highway boundary as part of the widened A4130, and the PMA replaced at the new location.
And again, just
Yeah.
well,
So I was just going to say that, and then that's the bridleway that has been renumbered as part of the Western Valley that you raised.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So the numbering from that, just give it as it's in the note. That bridleway, Cow Lane, has now been renumbered 423-120.
That's correct. Yep.
Thank you. So if you continue on plan 3 then, as you were.
So there's no other stopping up proposed on site plan 3. So moving on to H4C.
Could I just stop you to just clarify that you say there's no more stopping up going on site plan 3. There are, just to confirm, there are obviously new means of accesses elsewhere on site plan 3 and indeed on the other site plans. For instance, coming off the new roundabout, the Science Bridge roundabout south of the A413A, for example.
Yes, that's correct. There's a number of accesses, proposed accesses into the Valley Park development, and also associated with the drainage basins to the north of the new link road between the two roundabouts.
Okay. So then if we finished on the A4130 SRO plans, could we go to the Didcot Science Bridge SRO plans should be the next core document.
Except for 4C.
Oh, sorry, they're not actually. It's H2C. H4C, probably. Yes, H4C. Yes, the numbering is such that H4B is the Clifton Hampden bypass. So
Yes, they've been numbered out of sequence.
Right.
But yeah. I think the inspector's got the right.
thank you. Okay, so H4C, same process then, please, for the Didcot Science Bridge SRO plans.
Yes, well, on site plan 4, the first sheet, again, there's proposed private means of accesses to various drainage features, but there's no stopping up on that sheet proposed. And so moving to site plan 5. There you can see in inset A, in the top right hand corner, there's a number of stopping up of private means of accesses, which are the RWE main access road and the various spurs to that access, which are proposed to be stopped up. And this is a result of the new Hif1 road going through this former power station site. And so that main access will be replaced by a new access road, which is indicated as 5D in the main view of the plan. So this then connects the proposed Hif1 scheme, the Science Bridge Link Road at this point, to the internal RWE road network that's labelled as Chimney Road on the plan. So basically it re-establishes or replaces the access to RWE site.
And I'll come to RWE's due to give evidence tomorrow. We'll deal with their objection tomorrow. Just so we can see the design on that plan 5. You've just referred to 5D, which is the new means of access to the RWE site, I think, the RWE access road.
That's correct, yeah.
And is it right that it curves round? You can see it outlined on this plan. What's, I think in small letters, proposed RWE lagoon?
Yes, well, yeah, this is as a result of the main road going through one of the existing RWE lagoons that will need to be demolished and replaced, and that outline there to the east of the access road is the proposed location for the replacement lagoon.
Thank you. Anything further on site plan 5?
No.
Okay. Site plan 6 then.
So the main view on site plan 6, you can see there's a section of public rights of way, bridle way 373 2440. That is to be stopped up. This is also the National Cycle Network Route 5. However,
Sorry, can you just give me the reference again?
yes, 373
373.
24 40,
Thank you.
and is also National Cycle Network Route 5. So although we're stopping up, the route will be preserved and readjusted to be part of the new Hif1 road. So the bridleway cycle route will be realigned via a toucan crossing over the main road, and also follow the eastern side of the realigned old A4130 south of the new road. It might be worth looking at the general arrangement drawing.
Do you know what sheet?
Sheet 6.
Thank you.
So effectively, the replacement alignment would follow the peach colour, which would be a shared pedestrian cycle path. And there you can see it crossing the main road via the toucan crossing as labelled. So it gives, again, a reasonably convenient alternative to the prow, and actually it provides for an improved crossing of the A4130.
And it's a bridle way.
That's correct, yes.
Will it provide for that function as well?
Yes.
It will.
Yeah.
And so once it's crossed the main road, where does it continue?
Yeah, so it continues down the eastern side of the old A4130 to Hawksworth. So at that point, the National Cycle Network Route 5 continues down Hawksworth. But the key thing I think that I should point out is that under the current situation, the bridleway terminates roughly, or at the Hawksworth roundabout, roughly where it says scheme extents, and then there's no safe means of crossing the A4130 at the moment in order to reach Hawksworth. Whereas we feel that the current design scheme provides a significant improvement.
Sorry, so at the moment it terminates at the crossing where it crosses the road. Right?
It terminates at the roundabout,
At the
where it
roundabout.
says Hawksworth roundabout.
Right. And it will, the proposal would allow it to continue, is that what you're saying?
It terminates at the north-western side of the roundabout.
So the Hawksworth roundabout is further to the south. It's not one of the roundabouts that seems to be
No,
labelled on
it's
here.
out. It's just outside. It's right on the scheme extents of the scheme.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Where the word
Scheme extents. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So. Thank you. Thank you.
And then in going back to the SRO drawings, in set A, there's a number of private means of access tracks within the RWE site. These provide access to the two lagoons, one of which I've mentioned is being demolished. So the previously mentioned new RWE access road, 5D, will provide access to the replacement lagoon. And south of the new road, private means of access 6A and other existing routes within RWE that are not affected will provide access to the retained lagoon. And the scheme provides a parallel crossing over the main road at that point. And then finally on that sheet, in inset B, in the top right-hand corner, this is the southeastern corner of the Gales field access that will be stopped up as it will be incorporated into the widened A4130 at this point. And it will be replaced by a new PMA 6B, which will be located at the new enlarged public highway boundary.
Sorry, 6B is just further back from the highway, is that?
It's just the access from the highway, the A4130, into that field location. So it's a simple sort of replace like for like.
Thank you.
And that's the end of the sort of the area that I'm covering.
And just pause it just on the.
Yep.
You mentioned that. So again, we'll come to the W.E. Gale Trust evidence when they come to make their objection. The Gales field, that's the field north of the A4130 there. That's the one you're referring to, is it?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So we have it in mind. Good. So anything further on that plan, or is that?
No, that's it on that plan.
So Mr. Chan will obviously move on to his section of the scheme, the other SRA plans. But I'm now going to ask you to move on from those SRA plans, and my other questions for you in chief are, obviously we've got a number of objectors attending the inquiry in due course. There are some objectors who are not appearing at the inquiry, not indicating an intention to attend, and in light of that, I'm keen that you say what you give your evidence on those non-appearing objectors, if I call them that, insofar as they're within your section of the scheme. And I think there may be two who haven't withdrawn. So, Network Rail, firstly, no indication, as I understand, to appear at the inquiry, so ask you about them now. Can you explain the relevant parts of the scheme that you deal with that they're concerned with, and provide your response to their objection, please?
Okay, yes, as I understand it, Network Rail are objecting to the CPO as they state that they would give the acquiring authority the power to carry out works and acquire land without securing appropriate protections for Network Rail. Also understand that the acquiring Authority is in the process of negotiating an overarching private framework agreement. Mr. Moon will be providing more details on that, but it does include 4 asset protection agreements, so BAPA and APAs. And in regards to how it impacts the widening and Science Bridge elements of the scheme, if you turn to my proof and figure 18.
On page 21 of your proof, I think.
Yes, that's correct. So there you can see it's a very, very small slither of plot, 111. So that's, we determined that that's now not needed, and it will form part of the modifications discussion on Friday.
So plot 111,
Yeah.
that looks like it was for temporary possession, was it? It's not needed,
Yes.
but the others still are.
Yeah, none of the others within that area are Network Rail owned.
Oh, right.
So it's just 111.
Thank you.
And then looking down the page at figure 19, this is a zoomed in location of the Science Bridge. And the request there, why it's included in the CPO, is the requirement to construct the bridge, so to construct the piers, install the bridge spans, oversailing rights, and then for periodic maintenance and inspection. It's expected that that will also be covered through the framework agreement.
Thank you. And obviously, just we can see it there in the text around those 2 figures. Obviously, you provide some further explanation of what you've stated now. The only other objector I ask you to touch on now is the occupiers of New Farm. As I say, they've got a separate objection on the basis that presumably they have a tenancy of New Farm. The tenant of Mr. Mockler, who has 4 objections under various guises. As I understand, just the position is that Mr. Mockler has indicated that one of the tenants of New Farm may be called by him as a witness in due course, and if that happens, obviously he can give evidence and questions can be asked if required. But I'm just asking you about New Farm as an objector in its own right, the occupiers of New Farm as an objector in their own right now. They raise in their objection, it's a single page I think, a few matters. Unacceptable disruption as they see it as a result of construction, impacts noise and safety, and ask that the scheme not go ahead. So can I ask you to respond to those matters raised by that objector, please?
Yes, well, it's acknowledged that there will be some unavoidable disruption to the tenants of New Farm during construction. But there will be appropriate management measures put in place by the contractor, enforced under one of the proposed planning conditions. So I think that was discussed in quite some detail last week during the planning inquiry, that the construction and environment management plan, which will include a noise and vibration management plan, will be established. As part of the environmental statement, New Farm was one of the selected receptors for construction assessment, and it did identify that there would be some daytime significant construction noise effects associated with this site clearance, earthworks, drainage and roadworks. And there would also likely be some tie-in works that would occur out of hours, but the duration for those would be expected to be low.
So the duration of the tie-in works would be
Expected to be low.
low.
So the mitigation would be included within those plans, the KEMP and the NVMP, Noise Vibration Management Plan, which will set out the best practical means for addressing noisy works, which could be through the choice of working material methods, the selection of plant, the working hours, and any specific localised mitigation, such as site hoarding around specific locations of plant. And obviously the local authority, the Environmental Health Department, would have powers to control noisy works.
Mr. Blanchard, I've got a reference, just grateful if you could confirm it. You referred to New Farm being a receptor, a selected receptor in the ES. So I understand the reference which shows that. So it's in the ES noise chapter, which is CDC.1, Annex 4, and it's Table 10.11 is the results, which has R3 New Farm, R for receptor. And there's text which goes with that, which is paragraph 10.10.5, second bullet point, essentially outlines what you've just explained. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I summarised.
No, that's helpful. I don't ask to go to it, but obviously we can if required. That's where it's come from.
And then the other issue that they raised was regarding safety. So there will be, as part of the works, a construction traffic management plan, which will stipulate for the safe provision of all users, obviously including walking and cycling. So it's likely there that there have to be sort of continuous facilities for those road users, separated and protected from the works areas. And then depending on the phasing, it's likely that the new much improved walking and cycling facilities as part of the scheme could be opened early, because it's very likely that the phasing of the construction works will be that the offline element of the scheme will be delivered first, which incorporates the segregated walking and cycling facilities. And I know there was some discussion around the conditions about pursuing opportunities to open footways, cycleways, as early as possible, so prior to first use. Obviously where it does not create safety hazards, though, to those active travel users.
So this might be a location where you could open it earlier in advance of the road.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you. And I think there was mention in the objection to the fact that there's young children on the site, that would all be covered with the hoardings, etc.
Yes, there'll be a onus on the contractor to create a secure site.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. The other objectors in your parts of the scheme are either withdrawn or they're objectors who are attending. So I don't ask you to give evidence on those now. Are there any further points that I've missed that you need to speak about?
No.
Thank you, Mum. Then that's the evidence from Mr. Blanchard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blanchard.
Thank you.
I see 11:30, so that seems like an appropriate point for a break.
Can I just raise Reynolds rightly reminds me, I'm assuming that Mr. Blanchard's given his general evidence now. He'll, as per the timetable, come back to respond to any objectors. I'm assuming that he's not in Purda between now and
No.
giving evidence.
That would be very unreasonable.
Thank you.
If a week or more. Right, no, he's not in Purda. Okay, so if we come back at in 15 minutes, 11:45. Adjourn till 11:45. So it doesn't look like anyone else is joining us for the moment. So I think if we just move on, Mr. Flanagan.
Thank you. So I call my next
Oh,
witness.
right.
Oh. Call my next witness on the orders, Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan, you've also given evidence before to the inquiry. Let me just reintroduce you. You are Carl Chan.
Yep, correct.
Associate Director at ACOM, been working at ACOM since April 2014. You've got an M Engineering, Civil Engineering, 21 years experience in Traffic and Highways Engineering. Current role at ACOM, managing delivery and technical design of traffic and highways projects. And that's all correct?
Yep, correct.
Now, in section 2 of your proof of evidence, as with Mr. Blanchard, section 2 is scheme design, and you deal with the Didcot to Culham River crossing and the Clifton Hampton bypass parts of the scheme.
Yes.
And in that section 2, you take us through in some detail the design of the scheme in those 2 areas, and you gave evidence, took us through all that in some detail orally a few weeks ago. So I'm not going to ask you to go through that again. I take it as read. But I do ask you to explain, please, and confirm that the land which is included in the compulsory purchase order in respect of your 2 parts of the scheme is required for the design set out there for the highways.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Good, thank you. So I'm going to turn to the SRO plans. And as with Mr. Blanchard, I'm going to ask you to take us through the SRO plans, and in doing so to explain particularly the highways and private means of accesses that are stopped up, and in respect of the highways that another reasonably convenient route is available or will be provided, in respect of the private means of access, either that no access is reasonably required or another reasonably convenient means of access is available or will be provided. And also in doing so, if you could perhaps just, some private means of access that are being provided will not be replacements, will be additional ones. Perhaps you could just highlight those in passing as well. So the SRO plan to look at is, it's CDH 4D, which is part 1 of the river crossing element. And we pick it up at the northern part of the perimeter road and the Colette roundabout, I think.
Yep.
Okay, so if you can start there, please.
Okay, Madam, so yeah, I'll start with plan 7, 8 and 9 actually. There's a length of bridleway
Sorry,
which...
Mr. Chen, can
Yeah.
you just move your
Yeah, sure.
microphone a little bit? It's just you're looking one direction
Yeah,
and that's behind
I
you.
might move it to this side. Okay.
That might be fine there.
Well, no,
actually.
it's not going to reach. All right, I might just do this. Is it better? I'll just
Can
shift
people
slightly.
hear? No, not very well.
I'll speak up a bit. Yeah.
I think it's just caught under
Yeah,
the-
it
I don't know.
doesn't extend any further. No, it's fine. I'll speak up a bit and I'll sit
Right.
closer. This bit of bridleway 106/310. So this cover plans 7, 8, and 9. Reference 7S1, 8S1, and 9S1. So this highway is to be stop up. Consistent with a length of private access road. The scheme will replace the existing with the proposed segregated cycle and footway facilities along this section, and we will then continue along the new access road south and west of the rectangular pond, reference 9/A in plan 9B. And then
So,
further,
9B,
yeah, 9B, yeah.
if you just bear with me.
Yeah.
I've got 9S1. What plan number is 9B on?
9B is
Oh, I've
it's
got
the
it.
next one, I think. Yeah.
I think I'm... Sorry, it's jumping a bit.
Oh, no. No, it's the one
No, that's
previous to
10.
that.
Um,
Yeah, that one.
9B is the actual plan number, is it?
Yeah. 9B is the actual plan number.
The plan
and the
number.
reference is 9A.
Right, I've got 9A, so I must be on the right
Yeah.
plan. Yes, I'm there now. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and that will connect with the restricted byway 106/410.
So that one will be stopped up and it will follow the line of the bridge,
Yeah,
essentially.
that's correct.
Thank you.
Just pausing there, Mr. Chan, the bridleway, get the number right, 106310, which, as you say, runs north-south across plans 7, 8 and 9. So you will come to the rights-of-way objectors, CPRE, Ramblers and Oxford Field Path Society giving evidence tomorrow, so
Yeah.
don't deal in detail now, but do you understand that bridleway 106310 to be one of their concerns?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So if you can
Okay.
continue in respect to that.
Yeah. So just on the same plans, but with reference 7.1, 8.1, and 9.1, pretty much the same stretch of road. So the private access road, which provide accesses to a number of properties and land, this will also be replaced by the scheme. And I'll talk through the individual accesses when we get to those sheets. Yeah, okay. If we stay on plan 7, so 7.2 in the inset. So that's the very short section of field access to the agricultural land of Hill Farm. That access will be relocated to the A4130, reference 6B in site plan 6.
So that's the access to the farm will be stopped up, and where's the replacement?
In site plan 6?
Site plan 6.
Yeah.
So
Reference
when,
6.
When you say site plan 6, do you mean this?
No, sorry, the SRO site plan, yeah, sorry.
Your site plan.
Yeah.
So that's on the previous...
On the previous section, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And then 7.3, another private access road to the land to Hill Farm, the former J. James Limited Pallets and Wood Recycling, FCC, Hanson's. There's a 28-meter section that will be closed off. A new access to this will be provided by 8C in site plan 8.
Right, so what site plan should I be on now? 8 or...
Yeah, 8, yeah.
8.
So that'll be the eastern access
Right.
to the area. Yeah. So that's all on plan 7.
Thank you.
Okay, on plan 8, the first one is the private access track to Hill Farm Cottage, reference 8.2. An alternative route is provided by 8A. So that will be coming off the western access for the Didcot site. Yeah, and then we've got 8.3 and 8.4 Those are private accesses to the former J. James Pallet and wood recycling. Those will be stopped up and replaced by 8C, which will be accessed via the eastern access to Didcot site. And then 8.5, which is a private access to the site south of Hartwright House. This access is no longer required, as this will become part of the Didcot development.
So what does 8.5 provide access to?
Just a field south of Hartwright House.
To a field, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And lastly, 8.6 and 8.7. These are the private accesses to Hartwright House. This will be replaced by 8B.
Eight B.
Yeah, 8B.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all on Plan 8. So we move to Plan 9. So 9S2, which is a restricted byway 106.410, consistent with the length of private access road.
So is that the restricted byway that serves the land, not landfill, the waste company up there?
Yeah. So yeah, that's it. So it's roughly, I think it's for a length of 366 meters. This section will be replaced by 9A on Plan 9B. And this will tie in with the realignment of Bridleway 3 as mentioned earlier. Yeah, and then if we move to Plan 9A. Yeah. So on Plan 9.8, so reference 9.1, that's a private access road. It's overlapping with Bridleway 106.310 and 106.410. This will be replaced by 9C.
So 9C and 9A. Oh, no, sorry, I can see it. It's fine, thank you.
Okay. And then if you go back to site plan 9A, the section, the reference 9.2, which is a private access road to the agricultural land of Hill Farm Cottage and the former J. James Pallet site. So this access will be replaced by 8C on Plan 8.
Sorry, and what was the reference for that? 9?
So this is 9.2.
9.2, thank you.
And then 9.3 is a private access road. This will be replaced by 9A along the similar alignment. And then lastly, 9.4, which is a private access road to Level Crossing Cottage and FCC and Hanson site. So alternative routes provided by 9A and 9B on site plan B. Okay, that's all. That's all on Plan 9. Okay, and there's nothing on 10 and 11. So we skip to Plan 12, please.
So Plan 12 is on the other section. Is it the bridge, the
Mr. Chan,
bypass?
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt, just before we get to Plan 12, on Plan 10,
Yeah.
as you say, there's no stopping up going on. There is a long new means of access, which is 10A, and there's a smaller one, 10B. Perhaps you could just explain that as well, if you can.
Yeah. 10A is to provide access to the attenuation pond. And 10B is to provide access to the FCC landfill site, the historic landfill site.
Sorry, 10B is for?
For the rest of the field, for the FCC landfill site. Yeah.
Thank you.
So then we go to, before we get to Plan 12, there's Plan 11, which is only concerns the short stretch, I think, going east-west from Appleford.
Sorry, Plan 11 is the, it's the next bundle of documents, is it?
Sorry, it is, yes. No, it's the next core document. CD4E.
Yes.
And, sorry, you're on Plan...
It's on, Madam, it's on
16.
H4E. Right, this
Sorry,
will be for CHB, so...
Oh, they're
there's
the wrong way
another
round, are
document,
they?
yeah.
16.
No, it's not on this document, Madam.
I'm in the wrong document.
Yeah,
then.
yeah,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So I've got the river crossing
Yeah,
element.
so-
It's in there.
So there's two parts to river crossing.
Oh, there's three parts, right?
Yeah,
I've only
so-
got one.
yeah,
So,
so it's,
so if you can bear with me.
Yeah. It's the part to H4E. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Right, I'm there. So I'm on Plan 11, is that correct?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chan, what's going on Plan 11, in simple terms?
So Plan 11 is a section of B416. It's an existing highway that will be improved to include a shared use facility on the northern side of the road.
And that's it, I think, on Plan 11.
That's
isn't
it, yeah.
Okay, so and then you were going to take us to Plan 12, as more is going on, clearly.
So on Plan 12, reference 12S1. Sorry, there's three of them, which form the same section of footway. So 12S1, 12S2, and 12S4. So that cover 3 footpaths, reference 106.8.10, 373.31.10.
Sorry, I haven't kept up with you.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. 373.31.10
Thank you.
and 373.12.50.
Thank you.
So alternative routes will be provided utilizing the segregated footway and cycleway on the scheme. So this section of the footway and cycleway will be segregated from the carriageway. Yep. And then still on Plan 12, reference 12S3. There's a 376-meter section of B4016. So this will be stopped up and the route will be provided by the scheme as part of A4197. And there's one private access, which is 12.1. You can see in the inset A. So that's an existing access to the FCC field. This is no longer needed.
And why is that no longer needed?
They've got access from the western side of this field.
Thank you.
Yep, that's all on Plan 12.
Plan 13, there's no stopping up, but again, just highlight what there is on Plan 13.
Yeah. Okay, so on Plan 13, 13 capital A, there'll be a new highway to connect the river crossing road to the Thames path. So there's a new provision.
And when you say a new highway,
Yep.
it's not a vehicular highway, it's a footpath down from the bridge to the
Yep,
Thames path, is it?
Yeah, it is a footpath towards Thames path, but it will also be used for maintenance vehicles to the bridge. Yeah.
Sorry, you corrected me, thank you.
Yeah. And then 13 lowercase a, that's just providing access to the attenuation pond east of the road.
So the access to the attenuation pond, looking at it, it's a turning head, so it's vehicular access.
Yes,
is
that's
it?
correct, yeah.
And is there any, presumably that's at a lower level. What would be the gradient?
So I need to double check that, but I believe it's 1 in 3, roughly. Yeah.
There's probably
The gradient for the pond, yeah.
not of the pond, just from the bridge to the...
Oh, from the bridge, that's pretty much level at that location, yeah.
Level,
Yeah.
thank you.
But going towards Thames Path, there'll be a gradient going down towards Thames Path, but I'll need to check the gradient on that one.
And what sort of gradient? Is it a gentle one? Is it a steep one?
Yeah, I need to double check that, sorry. But it follows the existing landform.
Follows the...
Yep.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Site plan 14 next. Again, there is some stopping up going on here.
Yep. So 14's only concern about private access. So first one, 14.1, which is the private access track to the outbuildings to Such Farm from its junction with A415. So alternative route will be provided by 14A of the new A4197.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then 14.2, which is the private access to agricultural fields, pretty much right opposite the access to Such Farm. So this will no longer be needed.
And that's not needed because...
So obviously the road will be kind of traverse that site, and also they can access that land from Station Road. So that's all on Plan 14.
In terms of the location of Station Road, I suspect you might be familiar with it, but I think on Plan 5, the next plan, in the underlying, it's very faint, but I think you can see the Station Road highway marked towards the east of that plan. Is that the Station Road that you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. Yep, so on Plan 15, so the only stop up is the westerly terminal length of the private access track, which is reference 15.1. That will be stopped up as it's no longer needed. Yep, that's it on Plan 15.
So I think we then, for the next plan, we have to go to the different court document. So it's H4-b, plans for Clifton Hampton bypass element.
Yep, so yeah, I'll go through this area. So there's two plans to this area, site plan 16 and 16A. So first one, reference 16S1. So that's Station Road from the A415 Abingdon Road for a distance of 256 meter.
Mm-hmm.
And also 16S2. So that's a 234 meter section of the A415. So alternative routes will be provided as part of the Column Science Centre roundabout and the connecting access roads. And also 16H. which just come off the roundabout. Yep. So in addition to that, the cycle tracks with right-of-way on foot will be replaced by 16L, 16E, 16F, 16G, 16J, and 16K. And I'll move on to the private accesses. So first of all, 16.1 on plan 16.
Sorry, 16.
16.1, yeah. So
16.1.
that's the one on the west.
Yes.
16.1, yeah. So that's a private access road to the premises on column number 1 site from Station Road. Alternative route will be provided by 16A of the new highway, 16 capital D.
So that's on the west side of the.
That's on the west side, yeah, that's correct.
Station, right. Sorry, I didn't catch your reference.
Yep, so that will be replaced by 16 lowercase a.
16A. Thank you. Okay.
Yep. And then 16.2. That's
Yes.
the
Mr. Chan, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
Just so, that's 16 lowercase a,
yep.
which is on plan 16A. What we're looking at is the original. That is the subject of a proposed modification, as I understand.
Yep.
That is going to look slightly different, which will be introduced. I don't know whether you want to explain that now, or we can leave it to the modification session,
Yeah.
but I just didn't want that. Madam, when I said there was a notice at the beginning of the inquiry, that's what that relates to. And the column number 1 site.
Yeah, that's in the modification. I think it's number 6 in the modification. Yep.
Sorry. Thank you. Please continue then.
Sorry. So what was that? 16.2, yeah. So that's the southeast terminal length of cul-de-sac private access road. That is no longer needed. The new highway, 16 capital D, will pretty much sit roughly on the same alignment on this.
And that's part of the column number 1 site, is it? Or is it private houses?
That's part of the,
Leader site, yeah.
I think it's column, the column science fail, I think.
Okay.
Yep, so
Mr. Chan, it's my understanding that that is an access to column number 1. If that's wrong, that can be corrected in due course.
yep.
Okay.
Okay, and then 16.3. So that's the private gated access road to column number 1 site and to UKAEA. So this will be replaced by 16B.
Sorry, 16D.
16B.
B.
Yep.
B. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, and then there are two private pedestrian cycle access track, 16.4 and 16.5. So that's the one towards the east. That's the quite thin line towards the east. Yep, so this will be replaced by 16D, lowercase d.
Thank you.
Yep. And then 16.6. That's the main private access road to Column Science Centre. So alternative route will be provided by 16D as well. So that directly come off the proposed roundabout. Yep, and then there are two accesses of this main private access road, so 16.7 and 16.8. So this road provide access to Column Science Centre and other premises. So this will be replaced by 16F and 16G respectively. Roughly
So that's the Column Science Centre, and when you say other premises, is that the sort of the Thames Water Caldwell?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Thames. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. And what was the replacement?
Replacement is 16F and 16G. Pretty much on the same, at the same location.
Thank you.
Yep, so that's all on Plan 16. So moving on to Plan 17 and 17A. So again, there's only private access. So first of all, 17.1, the private access road known as Tame Lane. So that's provide access to Fullermore Farm, Column Sewage Treatment Works, and agricultural land. This will be stopped up, and it's no longer needed as the access to those premises will be provided by the new bypass. Yep. And then we have 17.2. Which is the private access track to Fullermore Farm. That's on the west side of this plan. So alternative route will be provided by 17A, coming off the new A4 and 5 connection. So it's the 17 lowercase a.
Okay.
Yep. And then last one on this plan, 17.3. So that's the private access track to the Column Sewage Treatment Works. So alternative route will be provided by 17C. Connect to the new bypass as well. Yep, that's all on Plan 17. So on Plan 18, in terms of public highway, so 18S1, which is pretty much in the middle of the plan. So there's a 119-meter section of footpath, 171.
Sorry, oh, right, I've got it. Yes,
Yeah.
18S1.
Yes, yeah, 18S1, yeah.
Sorry, and that's a footpath, is that?
Yeah, that's the footpath, yeah, 171, 1010.
Thank you.
So that will be replaced by 18A and 18B. So connecting to the
They're
same.
shown on the same plan.
Yeah, yeah, on the same plan, yeah, same, pretty much the same place, but slightly different alignment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then we've got 18.1, which is a private access road. We mentioned about earlier Tame Lane, so that's to the agricultural land of Colwell and Sons Limited. Alternative route will be provided by 18A. So that will come off the proposed Column Science Centre secondary access. And then 18.2, that's the private access track to agricultural land of Coldell and Son Limited. So this will no longer be required.
So that's the same landowner as 18.1?
Sorry?
Same landowner as 18.1?
Same, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then lastly, we've got 18.3, which is in inset B. So that's a private access track across agricultural land of Leader Properties Limited. So this will be stopped up as a bypass, kind of traverse this private access track, but alternative route will be provided via 18B and 18C.
Thank you.
That's all on Plan 18. Okay, lastly, Plan 19. So there's various footpaths on this plan. So first one, 19S1. So that's in the inset, 19S1.
Sorry, 19S1?
S1, yeah.
Yeah, right, that's
Yeah,
a
that's the one.
That's the footpath.
Yes, yeah. That's the footpath 171.610, approximately 184 meters section. So this will be replaced by 19A. And that will connect to the facility provided by the scheme. The next one is 19S2. Which is the Yeah. So 19S2, that's footpath 171.510. So the whole of this footpath is proposed to be stopped up, and alternative route will be provided by 19B.
Thank you.
Yeah. Then 19S3. That's the one overlap with the proposed bypass. So there's a 34-meter section of footpath 171.330 that is no longer needed.
No longer needed.
Yeah.
One 171330 or 20?
30. Oh, sorry, 20, 20, sorry, typo. Yeah, and then lastly, plan 9, still on this plan, 19S4. So that's a 250-meter section of B415. So the alternative route will be provided by 19C, which is the connection with B415. Yeah. And then also that stop-up section of the road will become a segregated walking and cycle facilities 19D and E. Yeah, that's
Mr. Chan, just
okay.
before you leave it, just to, again, we'll come to the public rights of way organisations tomorrow, but just so we have it in mind, the two of these footpaths that you've highlighted, 171610 and 171320, people also call footpaths 3 and footpath 6. Do you understand that those are some of the concerns of public rights of way organisation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, leave that there. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chan. So those are the SRO plans. Now the bridge scheme, which is within your area. So could we go to H5, CD H5, which is the bridge scheme itself? And it's obviously 3 pages comprising the scheme and the schedule to the scheme, which is some text and then a plan. Can I ask you please to explain what this does from your design point of view, and in doing so, could you please explain how the statutory requirement has been taken into account that it's obligatory to take into consideration the reasonable requirements of navigation over waters affected by the scheme, section 107.3.
Yeah. Okay. So the Environment Agency, the EA, is the statutory navigation authority for this section of the River Thames. So during the development of the scheme, the acquiring authority have been engaging with EA throughout, and also specifically in relation to the bridge scheme. So through this engagement, the EA's waterways team indicated 3 requirements for any new bridge over the River Thames. So number 1, any bridge would need to provide clear span with no obstruction to the towpath or impede flow. So number 2, the soffit of any bridge would need to have a minimum of 4.1 meter above the average water level of 46.802 meters above ordnance datum over the central section of the river for a minimum of 1/3 of the overall width of River Thames. And then thirdly, pedestrian access from the bridge to the Thames path would be a beneficial improvement to the local access network. So based on the proposed road and structure, minimum clearance of 5.15 meter and 4.79 or 4.8 meters are achieved above the average water level of 46.802 meters AOD on the central 1/3 width of the and the remaining 2/3 width of the river respectively. So this clearance exceeds the EA requirements on the navigation clearance. In addition, a minimum headroom of 2.7 meters will be provided over the towpath along the river banks. So that's also exceeding headroom requirements set out in the DMRB. Yeah. So in summary, yes, statutory rights of navigation are not impacted, and the bridge scheme should be confirmed.
And perhaps could you go to the plan attached to the sorry, well, it might be useful actually. Before we go to the plan, there's a schedule which is the second page of the document. And we see what's set out in the schedule there includes the span of 65 metres. The headway, under headway it says the minimum headway is 4.7 metres based on proposed soffit level, etc. So, as I understand, Mr. Chan, you've just explained that the Environment Agency said minimum 4.1 metres above average water level at 4.46.
Yep.
And is that telling us that what's being achieved is 4.7 minimum?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the scheme also explains the overall dimensions of the bridge in the final heading, subheading, which you see there. And then on the third page of the document is the plan. And perhaps you could just, we obviously can see it for ourselves, but perhaps as a designer you could just briefly highlight the key points from that plan.
Yep. Yeah, the river crossing bridge itself is a 3-span bridge. It's connected to the viaduct section that is south of this bridge. So as you can see from the plan, as mentioned earlier, the main span is 65 meters. We've got 2 side spans. Yeah, and then in the middle of that elevation of River Bridge, you can see the 13 meters width, just indicating the 1/3 of the nominal river width. So that's the area that in terms of navigation clearance that we mentioned earlier. That was achieved for that width, or exceeding that. Yeah.
Good. Thank you. So if there's nothing further on that, I'm going to ask you then to turn, as with Mr. Blanchard, to the objectors who have not indicated an intention to appear at the inquiry, just so the inquiry has heard the council's response to those objections. The other ones that are appearing, we can deal with them in due course when they do appear. So, first, Mr. Chan, Network Rail. As Mr. Blanchard said, there's some network rail plots within Mr. Blanchard's section of the scheme. There's also network rail plots within your section of the scheme, to which there is currently still a remaining objection. So perhaps you can explain what that relates to and the status of matters there.
Yep, sure. So, as mentioned by Mr. Blanchard earlier, there's the acquiring authority and Network Rail is very close to agreeing a new framework agreement on this land. For the area that I'm covering, Network Rail has interest in land in the vicinity to Column Station. So through the negotiation with Network Rail, the following were agreed and was included in the modifications.
Sorry, there's a modification for that area, isn't there?
Yes, so yeah, all the lands that are around that area that Network Rail has interest is included in modifications. Yep, so plot 16(1)A. So that plot will be reduced in this area by removing a small area in the northwesternmost corner of the plot. So Network Rail land is no longer affected.
So it won't impact their land anymore, is that?
So
are you saying it won't impact their land?
Yeah, it won't impact their land. Yeah.
Thank you.
And then plot 16(2) to 16(5). So the design has been amended in June 2023. That's in the submission. So the design was changed in order to remove the impact on the tree with the tree protection order, and also minimize the impact on other trees. With that changes, Network Rail land is also no longer affected.
So which of these plots, I'm looking at your figure 21, which of those plots still relate to Network Rail land?
So it'll be in my proof figure 2022 right now. Yeah, so 21 show the plot. So the ones that I just mentioned is 16(2), 16(3),
And 16.4.
16(4), and 16(5).
Right. They still remain impacted. I thought you said...
So those has been amended. I think there's a new CPO plan.
It might be worth, as I understand the position, there's two options, dependent on whether the framework agreement is included, and that will be tabled accordingly. So I think it may be, rather than trying to deal with this without sight of those plans now, it may be sensible to try and park it. And Mr. Chan will be available on Friday to deal with that then, if that's acceptable.
Right.
rather
Thank
than
you.
provide anything that's not comprehensive. So, Mr. Chan, I can't say we've entirely covered Network Rail. We've introduced it, and it is something on the agenda for the modifications session. Mr. and Mrs. Aries, can we go then to that plot? And if we orientate ourselves, they are this relates to what's called North Cottage. Is that right, Mr. Chan?
Yeah, that's right.
And to see where North Cottage is, I think you need to go back to the SRO plans. If you go to Clifton Hampton Bypass SRO plans, that's CD4B, and within that go to site plan 17. On site plan 17, you can see towards the south of the area shown on the plan, faintly written North Cottage. It's adjoining the north side of the existing A415. And still just orientating ourselves to understand the nature of the concern by Mr. and Mrs. Aries. To the north of North Cottage, faintly in outline, but I think you can see it, there are some farm buildings. That's Fullermore Farm. Is that right, Mr. Chan?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, and we can then what I was going to suggest you did is if you go to page 29 of your proof, there is figures 23 and figure 23 and 24. And North Cottage is just off the eastern side of those figures, I think.
Yep, that's right.
But the concern from Mr. and Mrs. Aries, I think, relates to what's going on particularly to the west of them and to the north of them. So perhaps, having understood where we are, you could then explain your response to that objection.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. and Mrs. Aries objects to two things. First of all, as Mr. Flanagan was saying,
Sorry, I'm struggling.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So you're saying Mr. and Mrs. Aries, they object on the basis that the existing A415 is being closed and blocked off just before the new roundabout. And they also object to the existing road branching off at the North Cottage to form the proposed A415 connection.
Mm-hmm.
So the plot concerns 17.7, 17.8, and 17.9.
Sorry, 17.
17.7, 17.8, and 17.9. That's in the
What sheet are you on?
that's in the compulsory purchase order.
Oh, in the schedule.
Yeah, sorry.
Right, sorry.
It's sheet 17 of 19 in the CPA plans, if that's what you're referring to.
Okay.
Yeah, so the document reference is page 1B. So that's the CPO plans for CHB elements.
Right.
So that's in another document, madam. The CPO.
Sorry, I'm really struggling to hear you.
Yep, sorry. So it's in the CPO plans. So that's the.
I've got CPO plan 17. Is that the right one? Or?
It is.
It
It's
is.
sheet 17, yeah.
Right. Thank you.
No, I think you've got the SRO plans there. Should be H1B.
It's H2B, I think, actually. It may be,
So
Mr.
the-
Chan,
Right,
that... Sorry.
I see what you're saying. Right. A completely different document from the
Yeah.
ones I've got open.
Apologies.
Right.
I think I've...
You gave me a list, that's what I've been working from, but that's, I now understand what Mr. Chan's saying. So 2B, the Clifton Hampton bypass element, yes? And plan 17 within there? is
Plan
that-
17, yes.
Right. Right, I'm there now, I think. So,
Yep, so 17.7, 17.8 and 17.9. So those are the plots that that Mr. and Mrs. Arias has land interest.
17, 8 and 9.
Yeah, so that's the pretty much
So-
the end of
So
connection
it's
where
some
tie
land
in,
across
yeah.
the front of their property.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. So, sorry, 17.7 as well?
7 as well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So the road design there was carried out in accordance with Manual for Street and the MRB. So that including the road width and forward visibility requirements. So the road is also designed to tie in with the existing A415 to the east, which is just where North Cottage is. So, this matter was discussed previously in the in my evidence, but I'll just summarize it here. If you refer to my proof, page 29, figure 23.
Page 29, yeah?
Page 29,
Yeah.
figure 23.
Figure 23, yeah.
Yep. So you can see that there's a section of the existing A415 that would be stopped up. A new connection will be needed to provide a link between the existing A415 and the proposed CHB, the Clifton Hampton bypass. So the proposed link road utilize the alignment of an existing private access and will connect with the bypass via a priority junction.
Right. So you're proposing a priority junction into their property, is that
No, so the priority junction is with the bypass itself.
right, with the bypass?
And then the road kind of curve around and then tie in with the existing A415.
Ties in with
Yep.
the existing road. Thank you.
So as part of the objection, Mr. and Mrs. Aries have suggested an alternative is to provide a fifth arm onto the proposed Column Science Centre roundabout. So if you refer to figure 24 on the same page of my proof, so that's the bottom figure. So as mentioned in the planning inquiry, this option was reviewed but would have negative impact on the Grade 2 listed Fullermore farmhouse, as the fifth arm would require land from the property. So traffic modeling was also carried out and concluded that fifth arm would cause significant queuing, so it's likely to impact on noise and air quality in the area as well. And for this reason, the alternative suggested by Mr. and Mrs. Aries is not deemed feasible.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, it's Mr. and Mrs. Aries. The next objector in your area is not indication intention to appear. Mr. Stephen Smith, who has objected. I'll just find the. So you'll find the. So if we go to your page 30, your proof. The figure 25 there is old stable location, and we can see this is right at the eastern extent of the scheme where it connects into the B4015. And old stable is the property in question, which is some distance north of where the Clifton Hampton bypass ties into the B4015. Mr. Smith has objected respective matters concerning access to his property and utility supply. He's also, I'll just mention that, he's also mentioned noise and disruption. I'm going to ask Mr. Moon when he gives evidence with that, because I think he's slightly closer to that. But Mr. Chan, perhaps you could deal with the other aspects of this objection, access and utility so far as you can, or pass it over to Mr. Moon.
Yeah. So regarding the utilities, I'll pass it on to Mr. Moon to provide further details. In terms of the second point about the access, so the existing B4015 makes a kind of like a dogleg turn directly at the old stables access. So under the proposal, the B415 Oxford Road connection with the proposed bypass will be roughly 110 meters west of Mr. Smith access. So the intersection angle between the old stable access and the connected road would improve from the current 37 degrees to roughly 56 degrees. So if you turn over the page to page 31, you can see the comparison of the existing layout and the proposed layout in figure 26. So, in summary, the scheme will should improve visibility both from low stable access and also for traffic, seeing the vehicles coming in and out of that access.
Thank you. So that's access to Mr. Smith's property. In terms of other objectors in your area who haven't withdrawn and are not appearing, I think the only other one I have down is Appleford Parish Council. It's a non-statutory objection, but perhaps I ask you to, anything you need to say on it, Mr. Chan, please? Your design point of view, obviously.
Yeah, from design point of view. So I guess Appleford was objected to the order and has a particular concern regarding the proximity of the elevated road over the and the bridge over the private rail siding. So I guess we've spoken in length during the planning inquiry. I don't know whether you would like me to repeat any
No, I
of
don't,
those
I don't
points.
ask you to. We've heard an awful lot about the proximity of the, or otherwise, of the Sidings
Yep.
Bridge to Appleford, so no need to touch on that. The only other point I had down was the justification for a roundabout, which again is also a design matter.
Yep.
I think you did give evidence on the
Yeah.
Sutton Courtney roundabout, I think, as it's been called.
Exactly, yeah, the Sutton County roundabout, and also the T-junction that B416 will connect with the scheme. So those are the two junctions that Appleford Parish Council was mentioning. Yeah.
And dealt with in your evidence to the
Yeah,
planning
exactly,
inquiry. Yeah. Okay, so nothing new there. Good. Just double check. Mr. Chan, I think that's everything I had to ask you, unless anything you think I've missed.
Nope, I think
No.
that's cover everything.
No. Thank you, Madam. That's the evidence from Mr. Chan then.
Thank you. We'll adjourn for lunch now. Should we come back in 45 minutes? Yeah? So if we come back at 1:45, please. Thank you. So it's 12:45 and the inquiry's resumed. Just before you introduce your next witness, Mr. Flanagan, I've received, or the programme officers received a technical note from Thames Water and some photographs, and I believe she shared them with you. I've said that photographs we'll put on the website as an inquiry document. I haven't seen or know the content of the technical note. Have you, and do you have a view?
We have briefly just looked at it. It relates to whether the part of the parcel of land is operational land. Could we review overnight, maybe?
No, what I propose to do then is ask Thames Water to introduce it tomorrow, and we'll deal with that then. But the photographs I'm quite relaxed about. Okay?
No objection.
So we'll do it that way. Thank you. So your next witness is Mr. Moon.
Mr. Moon, yes, who's got a proof and a rebuttal and appendices.
Do we need the appendices?
No.
No. Thank you.
So, Mr. Moon, you are Stephen Moon. Good. You haven't, unlike the previous two witnesses, given evidence before in this inquiry, so let me introduce you. You are Stephen Moon, a Chartered Surveyor, Senior Associate at Gately Hamer, where you've been employed in the compulsory purchase team since December 2017. Previously worked as a commercial valuer and also in the Valuation Office Agency. Bachelor's degree in Estate Management from the University of Reading, and you are MRICS and a RICS registered valuer, member of the CPA. Specialise in the field of compulsory purchase and compensation, including in respect of major infrastructure projects. And you then give a précis of your CV more fully underneath that. That's all correct?
It is, yes.
Good. So what I'm going to ask you to do, firstly, please, is to explain your own involvement in the scheme, when it started and the roles you've had, and also your firm, Gately Hamer's involvement in the scheme on the negotiation side of things.
Okay. Gately Hamer was instructed by Oxfordshire County Council in its capacity as acquiring authority in August 2019 to act for the council in providing services to assist with land assembly for the proposed scheme.
Just ask you to stop? I can hear you. Can other people hear?
A bit closer.
They're very, very directional.
Sorry, I've got a quiet voice.
That might help.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
As I was saying, Gately Hamer was instructed to provide services to assist with land assembly for the proposed scheme and associated statutory orders. This has included providing advice in respect of valuation and compulsory purchase and compensation. And also we have acted for the acquiring authority in assisting with the engagement and negotiations with affected landowners to acquire interests and rights required to deliver the scheme. Gately Hamer have also been instructed to provide land referencing services to the acquiring authority to assist with the preparation of the statutory orders, including the compulsory purchase order and side roads order. I first became involved with the scheme in January 2021. Initially to assist with negotiating access for surveys on behalf of the acquiring authority, and also assisting with the preparation of property cost estimates for the scheme. Later, in December 2022, I became involved with landowner engagement and negotiations to acquire interests and rights required for the scheme. Initially, this was as lead surveyor acting for the acquiring authority in respect of the Clifton Hampden and river crossing elements of the scheme. Later, in September 2023, I became involved in the other elements of the scheme as well, so I became the lead surveyor for the A4130 widening and Didcot Science Bridge elements as well. At the same time, in September 2023, I was also instructed by the acquiring authority to provide evidence to the inquiries in respect of the statutory orders for the scheme. My evidence is to address the engagement and negotiations which have taken place with affected landowners.
Thank you. Could you then please explain the general approach to landowner negotiations that's been taken by the authority in this case, and specifically by you and other colleagues within Gately Hamer?
Yes, in accordance with section 17 of the government guidance, that guidance being the guidance on compulsory purchase process and the Critchell Down rules, Gately Hamer and the acquiring authority have been engaging with landowners since February 2020. Prior to this, the acquiring authority had undertaken significant consultation with key stakeholders in respect of the design and route alignment for the scheme. This early engagement and consultation has been outlined in, I think, already in section 9 of Mr. Wisdom's evidence. There has been ongoing contact with all parties impacted by the scheme to discuss the scheme, the compulsory purchase order and land acquisition requirements. This has included engagement in early 2021 to secure access to land for ground investigation and environmental surveys, to assist with the design and construction of the scheme. In December 2022, notices informing impacted landowners of the making of this compulsory purchase order were served. Following refinements to and the finalisation of the scheme design, land plans confirming the rights required for the scheme were then issued to landowners in December 2022. Negotiations with impacted landowners regarding the acquisition of specific plots of land and rights which are required to deliver the scheme have continued since that time and are ongoing. This has included meeting both virtually and in many cases on site with landowners to discuss the acquiring authority's proposals and potential for voluntary agreements with landowners. Heads of terms for voluntary agreements have been and are continuing to be drafted and agreed with landowners where it's possible to reach agreements. In some cases, it's been possible for the acquiring authority to secure the land and rights required for the scheme through Section 106 planning obligations or by other means such as highway agreements. The vast majority of impacted parties are willing to engage with the acquiring authority with a view to agreeing a voluntary agreement to enable the acquisition of the land and rights required to facilitate the delivery of the scheme.
Thank you. So that's the general approach. In terms of the negotiations which you outline in your proof, find the reference. Yes, your proof obviously stops at the date of the proof, and you outline, it's in section 3 of your proof, the state of the negotiations at that point. Can I just ask you to give an update generally from then to today's date? I don't ask you to give an update on specific objectives, so we'll come to them in due course, but just generally where we are overall, please.
Yes, of course. Since the submission of my proof of evidence, Gately Hamer and the acquiring authority have continued to engage with all landowners with a view to reaching voluntary agreements. The acquiring authority has made significant progress with a number of the negotiations during this time and has agreed heads of terms with a number of landowners since. This has also led to the withdrawal of a number of objections as well. Heads of terms have now been issued to 27 of the 44 identified landowners who have interests in the order land which are required for the scheme, the delivery of the scheme. Of the remaining 17 landowners, there are 6 where it is not necessary to issue heads of terms due to the fact that the land and rights for the scheme have been secured through either a Section 106 planning agreement or other type of legal agreement, such as maybe a licence or a lease agreement. At the date of this inquiry, heads of terms have now been agreed with 15 of these landowners, and negotiations are ongoing with 20 of the landowners.
Sorry, 15 of the 17 remaining?
15 of the 44
15 of the 44.
impacted landowners.
Thank you.
There are a further 4 landowners where it's been possible to secure the land and rights required for the scheme under a Section 106 planning agreement, and a further 4 where an agreement is not required, either because the land is already in the ownership of the acquiring authority or appropriate land and rights to deliver the scheme have been secured through an agreement with another landowner, or because a modification to remove the land in their ownership from the orders has been effected. There is only one landowner who is not engaging with us at all at the current time. I can confirm that it remains the acquiring authority's preference to reach voluntary agreements with landowners affected by the scheme where it is possible to do so. Therefore, the acquiring authority will continue to engage with landowners with a view to reaching voluntary agreements to secure the land and rights it needs to deliver the scheme throughout the entirety of the compulsory purchase process, right up until the implementation of powers.
So even if the order's confirmed, you'll continue to negotiate?
That's correct, yeah. Should the Secretary of State for Transport see fit to confirm the orders, then we will continue, yes.
Thank you. Then in terms of compliance with the CPO guidance, guidance on the compulsory purchase process and the Critchell Down rules, can you explain, give an overview of your view on if and how the acquiring authority has complied with that CPO guidance?
Yes, I can. In considering the approach to engagement and the negotiations...
I think you need to move your microphone just a bit. I think the lead on is very short. It's been taped to the ground, hasn't it?
Thanks, Harry.
It might even be better if we can get it to the other side, because I think most people are facing this way.
Okay.
Right.
Is
Just
that...
don't trip when you get up.
I think, Mr. Moon, it's good that when you turn your head, as expected, it is very directional, so you need to
okay.
try and keep it.
Okay. Understood.
That should make it easier.
Thank you.
Hopefully.
In considering the approach to engagement and negotiations, I've confirmed that the acquiring authority has had regard to the government guidance. That guidance is obviously the guidance on compulsory purchase process and the Critchell Down rules that I previously referred to. I've set out in sections 3.1 to 3.11 of my proof of evidence the tests that must be applied in accordance with the guidance and which the acquiring authority must meet in respect of its approach to the engagement and negotiations with landowners, if it is to demonstrate that there is a compelling case in the public interest for the use of compulsory purchase powers. I've also explained the steps that the acquiring authority has taken to engage with landowners with a view to acquiring the land and rights by voluntary agreement. In accordance with the guidance, the acquiring authority has sought early engagement with all parties affected by the scheme and has taken steps which have included making offers to landowners with a view to reaching voluntary agreements for the acquisition of all necessary interests in the order land. It has now been over 15 months since plans confirming the exact extent of the land and rights which were required for the scheme were issued to landowners, and in the vast majority of cases there's been a significant engagement with landowners with a view to voluntary agreements and heads of terms for such agreements being prepared and issued. In respect of the offers made to landowners, I can confirm that the acquiring authority has made offers which are in accordance with the Compensation Code principles, and as such have reflected compensation within offers as if the landowner's interests had been compulsory purchased. Where possible, the acquiring authority has now engaged with landowners, all landowners, for a considerable period of time, and has sought to ensure that it complied with the guidance when doing so. In most cases, where there are ongoing negotiations, there have been significant discussions at this stage with a view to reaching a voluntary agreement, and most of those negotiations are now at an advanced stage. In respect of the objections, in section 4 of my proof of evidence, I've outlined details of the objections to the statutory orders which have been received, and the responses and actions that the acquiring authority has undertaken with a view to addressing the objections. Following the closure of the statutory objection period on the 22nd of March 2023, a total of 32 objections had been submitted to the Secretary of State. 2 further objections, one from National Grid Electricity Transmission plc and one from Oxfordshire Field Paths Society, were later received, making a total of 34 objections which have been submitted to the Secretary of State for Transport. 2 of these objections, objection 5 submitted by the Lightning Motorcycle Training, and objection 32 submitted by Jacqueline Mason, had been withdrawn at the date of my proof of evidence. Since then, I can confirm that a further 14 objections have been withdrawn. There are 18 remaining objections. Of these objections, 13 are statutory objectors, where the objector has an interest in land impacted by the scheme. The remaining 5 objections are classed as non-statutory objections, where the party in this case has no interest in land which is directly impacted by the scheme, but instead has a more general objection to the scheme and CPO. Many of the parties who have objected are represented, and there have been a number of complex objections submitted, some of which are objecting on numerous different grounds. For example, the scheme impacts on a number of development sites to which it will provide access to on completion, and which will ultimately benefit from the highway improvements and other public benefits that the scheme provides. However, this has also led to a number of complex objections being received from landowners such as RWE, Leader Properties, UK, AEA, and the WE Gale Trust, and also the scheme promoter of the Culham number 1 and Culham number 2 sites, CEG, or the Commercial Estates Group. In many cases, these objectors were seeking to maximise the benefits that the scheme will provide to their sites and minimise any impact during the construction period. There have also been a number of non-statutory objections received from various local parish councils, including Appleford Parish Council, Sutton Courtenay Parish Parish Council, Newnham Courtney Parish Council, and an objection from the neighbouring Parish Councils Joint Committee, which represents a number of parish councils in the local area. These objections mainly relate to planning matters and have already been addressed in the call-in planning inquiry, but are generally complex and have referenced numerous different grounds of objection. In addition, there have also been 4 objections received from statutory undertakers whose assets are impacted by the scheme. Those statutory undertakers who have objected include Network Rail, Thames Water, RWE Generation UK plc and National Grid Electricity Transmission plc. The acquiring authority has sought to engage with all objectors where possible in order to listen to the concerns of landowners and non-statutory objectors alike. It has sought to address their concerns and resolve their objections where it has been reasonably practical to do so, whether that be through the provision of further information and or preparing bespoke heads of terms for voluntary agreements which address the concerns of landowners. The acquiring authority has continued to engage with all objectors right up until the date of the inquiry with a view to resolving those objections. Details of the individual objections received were outlined in section 4 of my proof of evidence. This section detailed the engagement that had taken place with individual objectors up to the date that my proof of evidence was submitted. So that was the 30th of January 2024, and the responses that the acquiring authority had provided with a view to addressing those the concerns of objectors up to that point. I consider that the evidence outlined in section 4 of my proof of evidence does demonstrate that the acquiring authority has complied with the guidance and has sought to address the concerns of objectors and has sought to resolve their objections where it is possible to do so. I'm therefore of the opinion that the acquiring authority has sought to fully address the concerns of objectors in their objections where it is possible to do so.
Thank you. So that's evidence on the general state of objections and compliance with the guidance. I now want to turn, as I did with Mr. Blanchard and Mr. Chan, to ask you about those remaining objectors who have not indicated an intention to appear at the inquiry, and for you to provide evidence on the position in respect of those objectors, terms of negotiations, in terms of compliance with the guidance. So the first one is Network Rail, please.
Okay. So Network Rail is objection 1. And that was submitted on the 3rd of February 2023. Network Rail are a statutory objector to the compulsory purchase order and side roads order. Network Rail Infrastructure Limited have submitted an objection on the grounds that operational railway land is adversely affected by the scheme. It is regarded as a holding or protection of assets type of objection. I understand that Network Rail have also made a Section 16 representation under the Acquisition of Land Act 1981, and as such, a Minister's certificate will be required in order to approve the compulsory purchase of land in Network Rail's ownership. Gately Hamer and the acquiring authority have been and are continuing to engage with Network Rail with a view to reaching a voluntary agreement with them. The discussions have progressed well. The parties' solicitors have now been instructed and have been working for some time on a legal framework agreement that will secure the acquiring authority the rights it needs to deliver the scheme. The proposed agreement is in the form of an overarching framework agreement with subsidiary transactional documentation and licenses, including an asset protection agreement, or APA, which will allow the acquiring authority to enter onto Network Rail's operational land in order to construct the scheme and works. The intention of the parties is that the framework agreement will be finalised before the close of the inquiry. If the legal agreement is finalised, then this will secure the land and rights that the acquiring authority requires in order to construct the scheme, and will therefore remove the need to compulsory purchase certain land. As a result, modifications to the orders will need to be sought to remove or limit Network Rail's interests which are included within the order. The specific details of the modifications that will be sought will be outlined in the modifications session at the inquiry in due course.
Thank you. So that's Network Rail. The next objector 2, as they've been numbered, is Mr. and Mrs. Aries. We've heard from Mr. Chan in terms of the design technical response to that objection. In terms of overall position, anything beyond that, perhaps you could address those matters.
Yes, so objection 2 was submitted by Mr. and Mrs. Aries on the 17th of February 2023. Mr. and Mrs. Aries are statutory objectors again to the compulsory purchase order and side roads order. They are the occupiers of North Cottage at Clifton Hampden, which fronts onto the north side of the A415, approximately 300 metres to the east of the main entrance to Culham Science Centre. Mr. and Mrs. Aries object to the existing A415 being closed and stopped up under the side roads order just before the proposed new roundabout at Culham Science Centre, and to the existing road branching off at North Cottage to form the proposed A415 connection in order to join the proposed Clifton Hampden bypass. They're also concerned about the impact on their privacy due to the roads enclosing their property on all sides, traffic, noise and pollution. They consider that the scheme will devalue their property and have stated that there is already a good existing road roundabout connection and therefore it's not a good use of taxpayers' money. If I address firstly the need for the scheme and the public benefits, the strategic need for the scheme, and in particular the Clifton Hampden bypass and the public benefits that the scheme will provide, have already been addressed in the evidence presented by Aaron Wisdom at the call-in inquiry. They were also outlined in section 4 of the acquiring authority's statement of case entitled The Need for the Scheme, and section 6 of the same statement of case entitled Scheme Objectives and the Benefits of the Scheme. In Mr. Wisdom's evidence at 5.28 of his proof of evidence, he has described how the land for the scheme is safeguarded in the South Oxfordshire District Local Plan under Policy Trans 3, Safeguarding of Land for Strategic Transport Schemes. The bypass is a key component of the scheme in helping to mitigate allocated growth by improving access to future housing and employment sites in the local area. As set out in section 4 of the acquiring authority's statement of case, the village of Clifton Hampden currently suffers with severe congestion, especially in peak periods, and the scheme and proposed bypass should help to alleviate these issues. If I now address their concerns around air quality, in the evidence presented by Anna Savage on air quality and in her proof of evidence at paragraph 3.5, she has explained that there are some locations where there are increases in concentrations due to the scheme, but the majority of modelled locations are predicted to experience a benefit in air quality or no change at all. She concludes that the impacts are not significant. Addressing their concerns about noise and vibration, Andy Paget, in his evidence on noise and vibration and in his proof of evidence at paragraphs 3.64 to 3.65 has explained how, in his opinion, noise levels at Mr and Mrs Aries' property will actually improve. With regard to privacy, in her proof of evidence on landscape and visual impact, Mrs Jane Ash has also explained at paragraphs 6.35 and 6.37 of her proof of evidence that although they may experience some slight visual effects during the construction phase, as the properties in this location are enclosed by vegetation, they would not have views of the site on completion of an operation of the scheme. With regard to the engagement that we've had with the objector, the acquiring authority in Gately Hamer have been engaging with Mr and Mrs Aries with a view to resolving their objection. On-site meetings have been held with the objectors on 2 occasions to discuss their concerns and the particular impacts on their property, including a meeting at North Cottage on the 8th of February 2023 and a further meeting at their property on the 9th of June 2023. Following those meetings, the acquiring authority has provided further information to Mr and Mrs Aries, including general arrangement drawings, a landscape master plan, and a number of environmental statements for the scheme on such matters as air quality, transport and noise and vibration, to assist them in gaining a better understanding of the likely impact of the scheme on their property. In respect of mitigation, to alleviate concerns raised regarding privacy, the acquiring authority has offered to undertake accommodation works to install fencing, including 6-foot wooden panel fencing with gravel boards and concrete posts along the western and southern property boundaries of their property. This would obviously be subject to planning consent that might be required to be obtained. Furthermore, the acquiring authority has confirmed that they will explore the possibility of undertaking additional landscaping screening works by way of planting along the southern section of the proposed fencing that the acquiring authority is providing for the adjacent landowner during the detailed design stage of the scheme.
Can I ask you on that? You said that you've offered to undertake the accommodation works with the fencing. Mm-hmm. How recently was that offered?
So that would have been shortly after our meeting. I think we discussed proposals at the meeting we had with Mr and Mrs Aries. I think it was the June meeting initially.
It's about June.
Yeah, and then
is it an offer they've taken up?
I think I would need to confirm to you afterwards what date we did confirm that those proposals could be provided.
Sorry, their suggestion was the fencing, or that was...
It was something that the acquiring authority offered as mitigation for the impact of the scheme. And is it something
that they think will be helpful?
They have not confirmed to us that they've accepted the offer of fencing. We've obviously been unable to resolve their objection, but the proposed offer is still there should they wish to take up that offer.
Okay, thank you.
If I move on to the concerns they've raised about the devaluing of their property, in response to this, it should be noted that, as explained in the evidence presented by Anna Savage on air quality and Andy Paget on noise and vibration, that it is considered that the scheme will actually reduce adverse environmental impacts such as noise, vibration and air quality resulting from the congestion currently occurring at the property. However, should there be a depreciation in the value of their property as a result of the scheme, it's important to remember that as Mr and Mrs Aries would be entitled to claim compensation, this would either be compensation under Section 7 of the Compulsory Purchase Act 1965 for injurious affection, if they're able to prove title to the subsoil plots, and or alternatively, it would be an entitlement to compensation under Part 1 of the Land Compensation Act 1973 for any depreciation in value on account of physical factors caused by the use of the public works. Those physical factors being noise, vibration, smell, fumes, smoke, artificial lighting, and any discharge onto the land of any solid or liquid substance.
Thank you. Mr. Chan, in his evidence, took me to an extract of the CPO plan that showed that some of the plots impacted Mr. and Mrs. Aries' property. Are they within their formal curtilage, or are they plots that sort of go up to the middle of the roadway?
No, so they're subsoil plots outside of the curtilage of their property, where, due to the ad medium film rule, they could claim potentially ownership to the subsoil beneath the highway.
So essentially the verge type area?
It is, yes, yeah, it's the verge,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, good. Thank you. So that's Mr. and Mrs. Aries. Next, Mr. Stephen Smith. Again, Mr. Chan spoke about the access concern and the safety, and I think suggested there might be an improvement on that front due to the scheme. But Mr. Smith, I think, raised some other concerns. Perhaps you could address those.
Yes, so Mr. Smith has raised concerns with regard to the impact of the scheme on his utility services and water supply. I understand that his concerns relate to the diversion of a water main which serves his property, which is the old stable at Clifton Hampden, and which runs through an agricultural field where the road is to be constructed. He's also concerned about the relocation of a meter in connection with this, and in addition to that, he mentioned that he is concerned that his access will become more dangerous and difficult as a result of the scheme. In his objection, he's also made reference to the potential for noise disruption as well. If I explain the engagement that the acquiring authority has had with Mr. Smith, the council's been engaging with Mr. Smith since February 2023. It's exchanged email correspondence and has held a number of meetings and telephone calls with Mr. Smith, in which they've discussed his concerns and his objection. The acquiring authority has liaised with Thames Water over the diversion of his utilities with a view to establishing how Mr. Smith's water supply will be diverted and the meter will be relocated. It's explained this to Mr. Smith, and the acquiring authority has explained that the utility services and water supply will be protected and diverted as part of the scheme. They've confirmed that the intention is to minimise any disruption which may impact on Mr. Smith and his property. Further details as to how this will be achieved will be provided to Mr. Smith during the detailed design stage. With regard to his concerns around access to and from his property, the acquiring authority has explained to Mr. Smith that the scheme will, in their opinion, improve the current access arrangement to and from Mr. Smith's property, as the visibility and safety of the access will be improved. I believe Mr. Chan has presented evidence on this matter already and addressed this matter in paragraph 3.41 of his proof of evidence on technical highways and engineering matters. In respect to Mr. Smith's concerns with regard to disruption during the construction of the scheme and the potential for noise pollution as a result of the scheme, I've obtained some further advice from Susan Scott, who is a noise and vibration specialist at ACOM, and who is standing in for Mr. Paget in his absence. She has confirmed that, as stated in table 10.14 of the environmental statement, That's the Chapter 10, Noise and Vibration. And also, as I've stated in my proof of evidence, that at some facades there will be a moderate increases are predicted in the short term and long term due to the scheme. Therefore, a significant adverse effect in EIA terms is reported in the environmental statement. However, the sensitivity test indicated that the low noise surfacing proposed on the scheme, on this section of the road, the bypass, at Clifton Hampden would reduce the magnitude of that impact to minor, removing the significant adverse EIA effect. She's also confirmed that the absolute levels are well below the significant observed adverse effect level, or SOL, at all facades with and without the scheme. I understand that at paragraph 10.10.74 of the environmental statement, it discusses the proposed mitigation measures in this area. Mitigation measures include the inclusion of low noise surfacing on the scheme, plus the speed limit in the scheme for this section of the bypass was reduced from 60 miles per hour to 50 miles per hour at the preliminary design stage. I believe that addresses all of the concerns of Mr. Smith.
Sorry.
I believe that addresses all of the concerns of Mr. Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. Next then, Appleford Parish Council, a non-statutory objector. They raise in their objection a number of matters, many of which have already been covered in detail in the planning part of these conjoined inquiries. So I don't ask you to go into those again, but if you could respond, please, and particularly on the ones that relate to the orders inquiry.
Okay. So in relation to Applefield Parish Council's objection, they did object, as quite rightly stated, that on a number of grounds, and many of those grounds have already been addressed in the call-in inquiry. I'm not going to go over that in my evidence now again. However, I have referred to the relevant witnesses who've addressed each particular point in my proof of evidence at paragraphs 4.77 to 4.94. So if I just now turn to addressing just the evidence on the matters which solely relate to the statutory orders and engagement, Appleford Parish Council has stated in its objection that there's been a lack of consultation in respect of the scheme. I would clarify that Gately Hamer are instructed to engage and negotiate with parties who have an interest in land which is affected by the scheme. As Appleford Parish Council is a non-statutory objector and does not hold an interest in land affected by the scheme, Gately Hamer has not directly engaged with the Parish Council. However, it should be noted that there has already been extensive consultation undertaken by the acquiring authority as part of the usual planning process in connection with the planning application for the scheme, and for many years prior to that in respect of the optioneering for the scheme. The consultation that has taken place has been outlined in the evidence presented by Mr. Wisdom at the call-in planning inquiry, and also in section 9 of his proof of evidence on the strategic need and benefits and highway issues and scheme selection. In respect of their objection that the orders and the joint statement of reason have failed to demonstrate a compelling case in the public interest for the scheme, the evidence provided by Mr. Wisdom has supported the case made in the acquiring authority's statement of case in respect of the need for the scheme and the public benefits provided by it. The compelling case in the public interest has been specifically considered in the evidence provided by Mr. Mann on compulsory purchase justification. In his evidence, he's concluded that there is a compelling case in the public interest for the compulsory purchase order. On the basis of the evidence provided by Mr. Wisdom and Mr. Mann, I'm satisfied that the acquiring authority has demonstrated that there is a compelling case in the public interest. Appleford Parish Council has also proposed an alternative route, which would involve moving the road further west away from the village of Appleford. This matter again has been addressed in the evidence of Aaron Wisdom, and in section 8 of his proof of evidence he's explained that the early engagement that took place with key stakeholders with regard to the route alignment and the conclusion that the proposed alternative route for the scheme was shown to have deliverability issues and was therefore ruled out. In respect of the concern raised in the Parish Council's objection that there is no certainty as to funding and that value engineering is recognition by the acquiring authority of a lack of funds, I believe matters relating to funding for the scheme have been addressed already in the proof of evidence of Mr. Mann on compulsory purchase justification and will be addressed subsequently in the inquiry. On the basis of the above evidence and the evidence which has already been presented at the call-in inquiry, I'm satisfied that this objection has been fully addressed.
Thank you. Next is objection 19, which is new farm. Again, Mr. Blanchard dealt with it from a design point of view earlier, but the occupiers of new farm, perhaps you could explain your response from your discipline to their objection, please.
Yes. This objection takes the form of a handwritten letter expressing concerns about the scheme and the disruption and noise that will result from the construction works to widen the A4130. In their objection, the occupiers of New Farm also express safety concerns, stating that it will be more dangerous for their children to walk and cycle to school. It's presumed from the letter that received that the family referred to in the letter rent a property on the grounds of New Farm, which is owned by Mr. Mockler. However, the acquiring authority does not have any other information about the individuals or the nature of this tenancy, and these parties are not named in the schedule to the CPO, as the requisition for information returned by Mr. Mockler does not provide their details. In addition, Mr. Mockler has expressly stated that his tenants should not be contacted. In order to seek to address the concerns of the occupiers of New Farm, the acquiring authority sought to ascertain the nature of their land ownership and to explain the scheme to them. A letter to this effect was sent to them on the 7th of June 2023. The acquiring authority received a response on the 16th of June declining to provide that information and indicating that they did not wish to speak to the acquiring authority.
Sorry, you lost me a little bit there. That was with the tenant or with Mr. Mockler?
That's correct, madam, yes.
No, which was it?
Oh, sorry, the tenants.
The tenants?
Yes.
So they said they didn't want to be contacted?
That's true, yes, that's correct.
Can I just take I can't see that in your proof. I'm just going through it in the objection order. So I've got 14.
I think it is in there.
I'm sure it is. I've got 14, but after 14, objection 14, I've got objection 20.
Okay.
So is it in a different Mr. Mockler? I've got Mr. Mockler's objections. I've
sorry.
got it there now.
You've got-
Yep, page 44. And does that set out this matter that you've just raised on being asked not to? They're not named in the schedule. Right, that's got all that information in it, I can see. Thank you.
Yeah. So I
It
think
hasn't got, no, it has got the dates. Right, thank you.
so that's paragraph 4.168.
Yes, I can see that now. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, you also, so that's in, sorry, and since that time, any further engagement or not? Since they said they didn't want to be responded to?
Unfortunately, there has been no further engagement with the occupiers of New Farm since this time.
Understood. I think you also, in those paragraphs, touch on noise and disturbance concerns and safety, but I think Mr. Blanchard has dealt with those, so we don't need to deal with those again.
Mm-hmm.
So that's New Farm. Objection 28 is the Neighbouring Parish Council's Joint Committee, also a non-statutory objector, and also have essentially raised the, I'm going to suggest, the same matters as Appleford Parish Council. Is that your understanding? And if so, I'm going to take what you said about Appleford Parish Council to apply to the neighbouring joint parish councils rather than ask you to repeat it. But
Broadly, yes. The grounds of objection are the same as Appleford Parish Council, yes.
and your response, therefore, the same?
It would be yes.
Thank you. So that's objection 28, the joint committee. Then finally, I think, objection 33, National Grid electricity transmission. I read out an update this morning, an email that we got from them yesterday. Perhaps you could expand a bit more fully on their objection and your response, please.
Yes. Objection 33 was submitted by National Grid Electricity Transmission on the 12th of October 2023. It was a late submission but accepted. The initial objection was received by email and advised that National Grid had concerns in respect of the proposed scheme. Following a further request for information from the acquiring authority's legal advisors, their representatives responded on the 20th of October to confirm that the objection was a holding objection, as it had come to their attention that it had interests and apparatus located within the red line boundary of the scheme. And unfortunately, the team responsible for responding to statutory orders had not been made aware of this CPO. National Grid advised that where its approach where it has apparatus within the red line boundary is to require an asset protection agreement, or APA, to ensure that it is comfortable that the execution of any compulsory purchase powers and works will not impact on its statutory undertaking in any way. The acquiring authority has been engaging with National Grid with regard to agreeing an asset protection agreement since October 2023. The terms of the asset protection agreement have now been agreed, and both parties are in the process of executing the legal agreement in counterpart. It is anticipated that both parties will have executed the agreement and agreed to date the documentation and put this documentation into place by the end of this week. The acquiring authority understands that National Grid's representatives have written to the inspector to advise that once documentation is in place, National Grid will withdraw its objection to the scheme and confirm that they do not need to appear at the inquiry on the 8th of May.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good. And then we have the email of yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Moon. Those are my questions for you. Anything further that I've missed?
No, thank you.
No. Thank you, Madam. That's the evidence from Mr. Moon then.
Thank you. Can you just bear with me a moment, Mr. Mayor? Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry,
Cheers.
whenever you're
Sorry.
ready.
Thank you. So my next witness, Mr. Mann. If I could ask Mr. Mann to make his way to the witness table. Thank you. Mr. Mann, you are Timothy Mann.
Yes, I am.
Good. Let me introduce you to the inquiry. You are Timothy Mann, Programme Lead for the South at Oxfordshire County Council, which includes the Hif1 programme. Had this role since 1st of November 2022. Previously a Senior Project Manager for the Hif1 scheme, June 2021 starting. Master's degree in Civil Engineering and a graduate member of the Institution of Civil Engineers. 16 years experience in project and programme management and a further 6 years experience as a civil engineer, and you're responsible for the daily management and operation of the South programme, which includes the Hif1 scheme, provide guidance, advice, support, ensure a high quality service that delivers value for money for Oxfordshire County Council in accordance with requirements. And you give evidence on a number of matters relevant to the orders, which I'm going to ask you to expand on. The first one is cost and financial matters. So can we go please to your proof on page 12. There is stated in paragraph 5.2, total estimated scheme cost is £332 million or so, and then table 1 has a current breakdown of the projected scheme costs. Perhaps you could just talk us through that and explain how you've got to that figure and the robustness or otherwise of it, please.
Sure. Yeah. So that table on page 12 shows the total breakdown, total cost of the scheme estimated to be £332.5 million. You can see on the table a breakdown of the various different elements and areas of cost, such as design, land acquisition, site investigation, and the like. So for example, just to pick out 3 or 4 areas, you can see our design fees estimated approximately 25 million on the second line down. Site investigation works about 4.5 million. And then further down, for example, the direct cost of construction at about 156 million. We also have contingency costs in there, including risk, optimism bias, and inflation. So that cost estimate was developed really over the course of the scheme and is overseen by experienced commercial experts from our partner, Atkins Realis.
And there are two witnesses for the neighbouring parish council's joint committee who gave evidence during the earlier part of this inquiry on matters relating to cost and viability. And it's been agreed that because the planning part of the inquiry is still open, your responses to that will go both to the call-in and to the orders. So with that in mind, I'm going to ask you to respond to some of those matters raised by the neighbouring parish council witnesses. The first one is risk, and Mr. Ung gave evidence on that. Don't ask you to go to his evidence unless you want to, but essentially the points he was making was to suggest that the risk was greater than the county had estimated and that this was a threat to the viability and feasibility of the scheme. So can you respond to that point, please?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, so just to run through our approach really around risk. So we have support from commercial and risk managers from Atkins Realis in the management of our contingency budgets, which include risk and optimism bias. Rather than a top-down approach to calculating risk, which would be the more reliable approach at the earlier stages of a project, we're transitioning to what's called a bottom-up quantified risk approach. So this uses costed risk registers, identifying individual and site-specific risks. We have a detailed register, we review it regularly and adjust, remove and change risks as needed and add new ones. So it's a very regular process for us. This is periodically analysed via a quantitative cost risk analysis process to provide a suitable risk budget for the project. We agree with Mr. Ung that the appropriate confidence level to select is the P80 level, which is the level of confidence in the probability of the cost not being exceeded. And we also analyse optimism bias as well, using guidance from HM Treasury Green Book, again led by our commercial and risk practitioners. As expected, the risk and optimism bias allowance is reducing as the scheme develops. And you can see this in table 3 of my proof, which is on page 15.
So if we go to that table 3, perhaps you can just point us to the figures that shows the optimism bias is able to be reduced, has been able to be reduced now.
That's right. So in the third column, we had optimism bias at 22.3 million, and now in the right-hand column, our current breakdown, it's about 21.6 million. And actually the row above it on a QCRA, which is a quantified risk, that was about 29.9 million, and now it's 25.2 million. So gradual reductions on both of those.
Thank you. So that's Mr. Ung's evidence on risk. Mr. Harmon, also for the joint parish councils, gave some evidence on risk, some slightly different points, perhaps less financial points. His points related to procurement and contractual matters of that sort. Perhaps can you respond to those matters, please?
Yes, so Mr. Harmon talked about procurement, and he made an assumption that 60% of the evaluation process, scoring contractors when choosing which one to go with, would be 60% would be attributable to cost, resulting in a price-led process.
So, sorry, I've lost that point. He made the assumption that 60%
would be attributable to cost. So that would be the balance of sort of how you decide which contractor to use. He thought 60% of that balance would be all based on the cost of their submission.
Okay.
And his view is that would lead to a price-led process with contractors seeking to pass back risk to the client. In actual fact, it's only the process we used only used cost accounting for 30% of the total for the 2 contracts we've let so far. So quality-related matters accounted for the other 70%. So really, it's clear that cost does not dominate that process. But irrespective of the above, risk allocation is set out within the tender documentation and controlled by OCC as the client. So it's not possible really for a contractor to reapportion risk back to the client in the way he described, as that would simply make the tender submission non-compliant.
Okay, thank you. So that's risk. Mr. Ung also made points on inflation, again, all directed at viability. So can I ask you to respond to Mr. Ung's points about inflation and whether that had been appropriately budgeted for?
Yeah, so as I'm sure everyone knows, it's been a challenging period to account for inflation in construction projects with the increased rates over the last few years. Our commercial team undertake reviews of anticipated inflation budget quarterly using the BCIS indices. So the inflation budget, the anticipated budget has increased to 59 million from an expected original budget of 32 million. Again, that's set out in table 3 of my evidence. This change also accounts for the extended programme for the delivery of the scheme. Our inflation estimate of 59 million is similar to Mr. Ung's of 62 million, so we don't have any material disagreement there.
Sorry, the 62 million is?
Mr. Ung predicted
right.
about 62
Okay.
million. Yeah. I'd also just note that we continue to review, and another recent review based on the latest indices has shown a projected reduction of about 5.8 million to inflation costs, just to demonstrate that we are regularly monitoring that. So, and again, just to highlight as a general point about inflation, the increased budget for inflation is the single largest factor in the overall increase to the project budget.
So just on that last point, I think you referred us to table 3. Inflation there, as you say, has gone up. Originally was 32 million. 59 million is the final figure you give in table 3. Obviously that has gone up. And the 5.8 reduction, is that more recent since table 3?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
So I think the latest indices were the end of March, and so it's sort of a quarterly thing.
Okay.
And that's 5.8 million, not, yeah.
So that would, if we're at 59 or so million in table 3, 5.8, that takes us down to about 53 or so, roughly. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Okay. So those are the points responding to risk and inflation, and all that goes to the costing of the scheme. So that's one half of the picture. The other half of the picture is funding to provide for that, to meet that cost. So can you explain, please, the position in respect of funding, and if you can take it in stages. Firstly, with the original, I think it's called a grant determination agreement, and then that's been varied, and then bring us up to date.
Sure. Yeah. So, yeah, the grant determination agreement is our agreement with Homes England for the funding for the scheme, and it sets out the terms and conditions related to the grant provided for the delivery of the scheme, such as conditions such as meeting agreed milestones and the like. The The original agreement, which was agreed in October 2019 and formalised in June 2020, secured funding of approximately 218 million towards the scheme, which at that time was estimated to cost 234 million in total.
Sorry, are these the figures in your proof?
Yeah, 5.13, paragraph 5.13
5.13
sets out
Thank
the
you.
details there. And then paragraph 5.15 and tables 2 and 3, so the middle column of table 3, set out that towards the end of the preliminary design period, further costing work was undertaken, and it was clear that the additional funding would be required. So a new budget of 296 million was fixed for the scheme, with a contribution from Homes England of just under 240 million. And this was formalised in a deed of variation to the grant determination agreement, which was formalised in May 2023. So I now have a further update.
Just before you give us that further update, just to make sure we know where we are. So if I'm looking at table 3, the second column is original GDA breakdown 234 million.
Yes.
So that's the costing that was funded by the original GDA. The deed of variation, I think the figure you've just given us is 296 million.
That's all. Right, yeah.
But we can see now the fund costing's gone up to 332 million.
That's right.
And so the question then is how you get to 332 million in terms of funding.
That's right. So
Okay.
I explain in my proof in paragraphs 5.20, 5.43, 5.67 and 9.8 that we've been seeking additional funding from Homes England due to the further cost increases, mainly as a result of inflation. I can now confirm that Homes England has approved our request, which was for an additional approximately £36 million to take the overall budget to the 332.5 million that we've set out, that I've set out in my proof, and Homes England's contribution to that of approximately 276 million.
So that's been confirmed, is it? You've confirmed it. They've confirmed it, obviously. As
Yes.
Well.
And when did they confirm that, Mr. Mann?
On Friday. Yes. So the 332.5 million funding we asked for and need, as I've set out in my proof, is now available, along with significant additional contingency. The request was considered by 5 government departments or government agencies: Homes England, the Treasury, Department for Transport, Infrastructure and Projects Authority, and the Department for Levelling Up Homes and Communities. And approval only came after all of these bodies had considered the application. And yeah, as I just said, so confirmation was received via a letter on the 19th of April, last Friday.
Sorry, can you just run through the 5 again?
Sure.
DLAC, Department of Transport.
DLAC, Department of Transport, Homes England, Treasury, and the Infrastructure and Projects Authority.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, as expected, and has been the case previously, a number of conditions have been included for the Council to work through. Some are to be completed before a deed of variation can be in place, and others are for afterwards. So our next step will be to work through these conditions, seek Cabinet approval to accept the offer, and enter into a deed of variation. I can therefore confirm that we anticipate there will be sufficient funding in place to deliver the scheme.
Thank you. Also on funding, questions have been raised by various objectors about certainty of the funding, particularly in respect of any monies that may at some point in the future come from 106 contributions. So perhaps you could address those, respond to those concerns.
Yeah, around funding certainty, I mean, OCC has demonstrated its commitment to the scheme through the various Cabinet approvals set out in my proof throughout the life of the project. I've listed those in my proof. There's also evidence by the fact that it's contributing 30 million, OCC is contributing 30 million towards the scheme as well. And in terms of the Section 106, the acquiring authority, OCC, forward funds the scheme on a monthly basis and has underwritten the Section 106 contributions that are not yet being held. So there's confidence there.
And Mr. Harman, in particular, I think, made comments in respect of the use of 106 money. Does what you say cover that, or do you need to add anything further on that?
So, Mr. Harman states he addresses the recovery scheme, stating that it will not be fruitful, partly due to inflationary pressures. The recovery scheme is the process of negotiating and obtaining Section 106 funds from developers of future housing parcels for future infrastructure provision following the delivery of the Hif1 scheme. So no funds from the recovery scheme are to be allocated to the scheme, so it will have no impact whatsoever on viability. While there are Section 106 funds allocated to Hif1, these have already been identified, and as I've said, the funding not currently held has been underwritten by OCC.
So in terms of the Section 106, there's some contributions already, and future contributions. To what extent do you're anticipating future contributions?
So all of these, there's about £16 million worth of Section 106. You can see in table Table 2.
Table 2.
16.44 million, so it goes across 2 pages.
Sorry, do you have a page? No, it's
Page
page 15,
15.
14 or 15, isn't it?
Right at the top.
Right. That's what's still to come is the 16 million, is that right?
The 16 million is the total contribution.
That's the total.
Approximately, from memory, I think approximately 9 million of that is already held.
No, so there's 9 million in place already. So I gather that's from outline permissions. Maybe some...
I would have to confirm
You're
the
not
detail.
sure? Okay. So the balance are the Section 106 contributions in terms of highway works. Are they... do they work according to a formula, or is it about the impact of the particular scheme, what that needs?
I'm not sort of fully understanding on, but my understanding is that the Section 106 contributions are all secured, but of that, some of it is received already, about the 9 million.
You're not sure how they're calculated?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mann, while we're looking at Table 2, it's on pages 14, 15, I wonder if it might be useful just to... This table provides a total of 296 million or so, which is the figure based on the deed of variation prior to the increases and prior to the extra funding. I think you told us, I just want to, perhaps we can, rather than produce an amended version of this table, the first line, Housing Infrastructure Fund Grant, you've got down there 239816. I think you told us that the revised funding from Homes England is now 276, is that right or not?
That's right. So that's the amount we requested, and the difference between the two totals you can see. So this table shows the breakdown as it was, the 296 million. It may be easy to see if you look at Table 3, you can see effectively we're saying the funding in place was 296 million. We now believe the scheme will cost 332 million. And the difference between those two is about 36 million. So to produce an updated version of Table 2, you would add 36 million onto the top line. The 239 million would go up to the 276 million, as you've just said.
Okay, so 276 for the first line, and then the total goes up to 332.5.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay. Thank you. Right, that's what I wanted to ask you about funding specifically in terms of the numbers. Deliverability has also been raised more generally by the joint parish councils in terms of the difficulties or otherwise of delivering a scheme on this scale. If you can respond to that, please, in the context of how OCC consider it is or not competent to deliver this scheme.
Yes, I'll take you through the range of specialist advice and advisors we've had to demonstrate the expertise we have available. So ACOM were appointed as designers for delivery of the feasibility design, preliminary design, planning, application, ground investigation, and other areas of technical support, such as expert witnesses, as you've seen over the last few weeks. Graham Construction Limited provided early contractor involvement. They were appointed via ACOM to provide construction advice during the preliminary design stage. So they advised in areas such as construction methodology, site compound requirements and the like. I've mentioned Atkins Realis a couple of times. They work as risk managers, commercial managers, also client project managers. Atkins Realis are a strategic partner to OCC with a framework contract to provide a range of support, and also through that contract we have access beyond that to others such as a company called CPC and project planners and the like. There's a broad arrangement in place. And for Hif1, this is focused on areas of project management, so risk management expertise, commercial management, supporting the management of the budget, contract management.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you just manage the microphone a little closer? Thank you. Sorry, so risk management, project management, did you say?
Risk management, commercial management.
Sorry.
Which is, supporting the management of the budget, contract management, project planning, quantity surveying, supporting elements of procurement, that sort of thing.
Sorry, supporting?
Procurement.
Thank you.
And they also provide us with project management support and provide they form key elements of my project management team. Shall I go through the procurement and where we are?
Yes, if you can say something, given that Mr. Harman has, I think, raised procurement, if you could briefly explain how the scheme's to be procured.
Yeah, so to date, key contracts have been let to ACOM for the feasibility and preliminary design, to Graham Construction Limited for the delivery of detailed design of the Culham River crossing section and the Clifton Hampden bypass section. I mentioned Graham's before. That was a separate commission via ACOM for early contractor involvement. So now Graham's are commissioned to undertake detailed design. Just to provide a bit more detail on the two Graham's contracts. So each of those two, the scheme is being split into three for the purposes of practical management and delivery of the works. So that's the Culham River crossing element, the Clifton Hampden bypass element, and the Didcot Science Bridge, which combines the Didcot Science Bridge and a 4130 elements that had previously been managed separately. So it's often referred to in four sections. So we've let two of those three so far, the Didcot, the Culham River crossing and the Clifton Hampden bypass. And the contracts are set up in two stages. So the first stage is for design and other works in the sort of lead up to construction, and then separately a contract for construction works themselves. So the design contracts have been let so far.
That's the design contracts for the first two, the river crossing and the bypass.
That's right, yeah.
Thank you.
So the procurement strategy for the third element, Didcot Science Bridge, has now been agreed, and the council intends to let a detailed design contract for that, while preparing for a separate procurement of a construction contract in parallel. Particularly in relation to Mr. Harman's evidence, Mr. Harman noted that the contractor will likely to be contracted on an NEC option 3 contract, and he also noted that he felt the contractor will aim to capitalise on poor scope and reallocate risks to the client. I can confirm that we are in fact using NEC 4 contracts, option C.
Sorry, NEC4.
NEC4.
Thank you. NEC4, option 3.
Option C.
C, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The NEC suite of contracts is very widely used, and the advantages and disadvantages of each option are well understood. It's not clear why Mr. Harman thinks that he referred to the fact there'll be a low target price. It's not clear why Mr. Harman thinks that will be the case. We have a control mechanism in place, which is the two-stage nature of the contract I've just described. So the target price will be jointly developed, and the second stage of the contract for construction only let if the council considers it appropriate to do so. Just to address a couple of other matters raised by Mr. Harman, I'd like to highlight the following. So Mr. Harman suggested that the scheme will be subject to primary design changes to accommodate key stakeholders. I don't anticipate this will be necessary. If design changes are needed, we have a suitable contingency budget to accommodate them. Mr. Harman also noted that dividing the scheme into 3 contracts will attract coordination issues. This is correct, And we have allowed for this in the scope of the contracts by adding specific clauses requiring coordination in relation to various matters. We've also, it has ended up that Graham's have both two of the contracts so far, and that natural coordination will help.
Thank you. I'd now going to ask you to turn to programme. Again, it's another point raised in the deliverability evidence from the Joint Parish Councils. If you go to your proof, please, on page 18, there's a chart which has the it's called anticipated delivery programme. So perhaps you could just summarise the programme and respond to any points on programme from Mr. Harman.
Yeah, so as you can see in figure 3, before I describe it, I can also confirm that Homes England has accepted this revised programme as the basis for their approval of the additional funding for the scheme. So we've assumed a decision period for the inquiry, and any necessary remobilisation of design teams and the like will take us to the end of this year. That's our sort of starting point, if you like, which then means that detailed design, surveys, approvals, costing, all those things will run through 2025. So this is, the programme you can see is a very high-level summary, but that detailed design, third from the bottom, encompasses lots of different work. Construction is then estimated to take 2 years, so that will run from January 2026 to January 2028, and all schemes will commence at roughly the same time. Mr. Harman states an estimated scheme construction duration of 4 years, and this includes an assumption that the Clifton Hampden scheme will be delivered after the other two. But as I've just outlined, we're planning to deliver all 3 schemes in parallel.
Good. That's programme. Now come to justification for the CPO. And can I ask you to address a few matters here, much of which may well involve you simply referring to evidence that's already been heard in the inquiry. Mr. Wisdom notably gave a lot of evidence on need and benefit, so don't repeat that, but cross-refer as you see fit. So you can, in terms of justification, need and benefits, the process and governance within OCC, and then after you've spoken about that, if you could come to the compelling case in the public interest and summarise the county's position on that.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, the need of the scheme was set out clearly and comprehensively in Mr. Wisdom's evidence. Just to summarise very briefly, the following identified needs are to be addressed. So, the poor existing highway network performance, the under-provision of active travel in the area, improvements in public transport, the need for adequate network resilience and safety, and the delivery of housing and employment growth. Mr. Wisdom also set out the benefits of the Hif1 scheme, which I can summarise as follows. It will unlock and accelerate significant housing development, including affordable housing in the area. There will be active travel benefits through the provision of new cycleway and footway infrastructure. There will be improvements to local bus services, potential improvements for future rail services, and enabling the delivery of further employment growth in the area. In my proof, I ran through the process by which the decision makers at Oxfordshire County Council have made the various necessary decisions to provide authority for the scheme to be progressed. I would like to highlight the following key steps in relation to the CPO process in particular. In April 2019, Cabinet resolved to approve the delegation of the exercising of compulsory purchase powers to officers for the purchase of land required for the delivery of the scheme. Cabinet also confirmed their agreement for the making of a compulsory purchase order if required, including provisions for a public inquiry. In June 2021, Cabinet resolved to approve in principle the use of statutory powers for the scheme, including development and preparation of the orders and serving statutory notices. In July 2022, Cabinet resolved to make the CPO, SRO and bridge scheme to facilitate the construction of the Hif1 scheme. The orders documentation was sealed and dated on the 21st of December 2022. Notices were then published and served on all persons having an interest in January and February 2023, and copies were placed on public deposit for inspection in local libraries, at the council offices, and on the council's dedicated website for the scheme. The orders were submitted for confirmation by the Secretary of State on 26th of January 2023. Following call-in of the planning application for the scheme, the Secretaries of State for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, and for Transport agreed that the inquiries into the orders and the planning application should be conjoined. I've described in my proof why I believe there's a compelling case in the public interest and will summarise the reasoning as follows. The need for the scheme has been clearly set out and explained by Mr. Wisdom, and I have just highlighted the summary points. The substantial benefits were also described by Mr. Wisdom, as I've mentioned. Furthermore, Mr. Wisdom explained the lack of more appropriate alternatives and the process by which the scheme presented to this inquiry was established. Mr. Blanchard and Mr. Chan have demonstrated that the development of the technical design was well thought through and thorough, and clearly establishes the specific land requirements necessary for both operation and construction. The planning policy supporting the scheme has been set out by Mr. Greep, and the scheme was presented to the Local Planning Authority's Planning and Regulation Committee with a recommendation to approve from the planning officers. And finally, my evidence sets out that the scheme is deliverable. Funding is accounted for and will be available within a reasonable timescale once the necessary formalities and approvals are in place. The programme is reasonable and has also now been agreed with Homes England. Risks are being managed, and the delivery team is in place, and further resourcing is available when required.
Good, thank you. And then there are two final matters. Human rights first. In terms of the, so I don't ask you these questions as a lawyer, but as someone who's involved in OCC's consideration of this scheme that it's promoting. OCC's consideration, please, of any interference with human rights that the compulsory purchase order might involve.
Yep. So the compulsory purchase order has the potential to interfere with human rights of those who own property in the order land. So I'll summarise the situation as follows. The scheme has been designed to minimise interference with rights. The acquiring authority believes the scheme is in the public interest and that this outweighs any interference with rights. In promoting the CPO, the acquiring authority has complied with all relevant legislation. All those affected have been notified, have the right to make representations and or objections to the Secretary of State, and have the right to be heard at the public inquiry. The Council considers that such interference as may occur is in accordance with the law and is necessary. And of course now the granting or otherwise of the CPO will be determined by examination of the case before an independent and impartial inquiry. Those directly affected by the CPO will be entitled to compensation payable in accordance with the Compulsory Purchase Compensation Code. The public interest can only be safeguarded by the acquisition of this land.
Thank you. And then equalities. And there's a document reference, Inspector may already have spotted it, but there's an equality impact assessment, which a copy of which is at core document M.10, Appendix 11. And it starts at page 84. I'll just find it myself. Yeah, so M.10 is the acquiring authority's statement of case, and in Appendix 11 of that is the equality impact assessment, which starts at page 84. And I just so no one gets confused, there is I think in your there is a separate extract of this also in the core documents in CD H, which is probably the statement of reasons, I suspect. Yeah, the statement of reasons is an extract, but if we want the whole document, it's the CDM.
Yeah.
Okay. And we've got the document there. Mr. Mann, if you could perhaps summarise the conclusions of that equality impact assessment by reference to the document, if you see fit.
Sure. Yep. So the equality impact assessment concludes that the scheme will result in beneficial impacts which can be shared by communities across Oxfordshire, including those from protected characteristic groups. And those beneficial impacts include improved connectivity and accessibility, improved safety, increased opportunities for active travel, employment opportunities during construction, and supporting new employment and housing growth. It did also identify some adverse impacts for groups with protected characteristics, primarily during the construction stage, regarding noise, vibration and dust, disruption to public rights of way, and increases in annual mean nitrogen oxide concentrations. A set of actions have been recommended to mitigate these effects and enhance the beneficial effects of the construction and operation of the scheme.
Good, thank you. So then just finally to conclude, on the case for the CPO and compliance with the guidance, the guidance refers to 4 stages: choosing the right order, power, justifying the order, making the CPO, and consideration of the CPO. Overall conclusions on those stages, please, and anything else relevant that you need to say.
Thank you. Yes. So yes, you set out the stages. So OCC has appointed experts from TLT, LLP, and Gately Hamer to assist with the statutory orders process. There are 4 stages of the guidance. Stage 1, choosing the right compulsory purchase power. I've previously explained the process and chronology by which OCC established its need to pursue compulsory purchase powers by way of the CPO. The next stage, stage 2, is justifying a compulsory purchase order. And I've explained the compelling case in the public interest. OCC has a clear idea of how it intends to use the land, as has been evidenced throughout this inquiry. I've also demonstrated that funding for the scheme has been established. Stage 3 is preparing and making a CPO. OCC has taken advice from experienced practitioners at TLT and Gately Hamer and has sought to correctly undertake all of the necessary activities to make the orders correctly, following establishment of the authority to do so by the process I described earlier. And finally, stage 4, consideration of the CPO. This is the next step, to facilitate the process of the Secretary of State being asked to consider a recommendation of an inspector following this public inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann, thank you, Madam. Those are the questions for this witness.
Thank you. If you can just bear with me. I think you've probably covered it, but have you seen this inquiry document, the document put in by the parish councils yesterday?
Yes.
So it's OINQ1, and I think there's the email trail. Do you have anything to add to what you've already said in relation to that?
Nothing other than just to reiterate that my proof of evidence was very clear of what we've been doing, and I highlighted paragraphs 5.20, 5.43, 5.67 and 9.8, where I made it clear that we were in dialogue with Homes England about additional funding.
Can I ask you just to submit to the inquiry just a short note summarising the most recent position with Homes England? I think it would be helpful. Just, thank you. So I've just got a few questions. So I'm looking at your proof, 516, table 2. And I appreciate that this reflects the situation prior to the additional funding. You there? Yeah. So you've got, within there, you've got a contribution of the second line down, £10,000 from the local enterprise partnership, and that says secured against future business rates retention and forward funded by Oxfordshire. How does that work? Do you know?
I'd have to clarify the details in terms of how that, how the mechanism of it works.
Okay. And you talk about forward funded by the county council, and we've heard about, you mentioned, was it 16 million is already available, or 9 million of the 16, I think it has already been secured. In terms of the council's position of underwriting other parts of it, of the Hif1, at the moment, many councils are very financially constrained, but is there any risk to that funding, the ability of the county council being able to afford to underwrite that? I'm not sure I can answer that in terms of a sort of broader risk of councils being able to fund, but effectively that is a commitment from the council. There's a commitment from the council. Yeah. So 5.43, you discussed the programme, and obviously things have moved on a little bit since then. But in there you say that you intend to proceed with the scheme in January 2026. And does that sit comfortably with Homes England's additional funding?
Yes.
So the funding would continue. I can't remember what date it was due to end. I think it was March 2026, wasn't it? So now, what period is it extended to? Is it March 2028? Or?
It is.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's my questions for you. Thank you. Mr. Flanagan, did you have anything further? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mann.
Thank you.
So, is there anything else anyone needs to raise at this stage? No? Yes? No? Right. Thank you. In which case, we'll adjourn until tomorrow. I'm afraid I haven't been able to keep up with the timetable changes, but
One thing to raise about tomorrow, if I can, is that we've currently got Thames Water, RWE, and the Public Rights of Way organisations, which are CPRE and Ramblers and Footpath Society. RWE, the technical witness for the county is Mr. Blanchard, because it's in his patch of the scheme. Mr. Blanchard is not available for personal reasons on Friday. So RWE needs to be heard tomorrow. And there's obviously quite a bit of other stuff programmed for tomorrow. So in terms of that, we wondered whether a 9:30 start might be sensible, if you're amenable to that, Madam. And conversations happening behind me, which better informed people might be able to.
The Ramblers and Field Paths have moved to Friday morning. I'm waiting to hear from CPRE. I've got a telephone number, but it's just ringing out, and I've emailed them. I've asked RWE to come earlier, and I'm waiting to hear back.
Okay. I'm not adverse to starting at 9:30, but obviously we need participants to know that we're starting at 9:30, or it's not really worth that. So at the moment, CPRE, I think, has that been confirmed at all, Joanna?
I spoke to him yesterday
And he
asked him to get here for 10.
Right. I think that will be relatively short. I can't remember what our time estimates for RWE are. Quite significant. Are they aware of that they're to come earlier tomorrow or not? Can we start with them, I think is what my question is.
I've emailed, I'm waiting a response, but I'll try and get hold of him on the phone.
What time were they due to come?
Well, they were going to be later in the day, so they were in the afternoon.
Right. So if we've not got a response, I'm just wondering whether it's worth starting at 9:30 if none of the participants are likely to be here or prepared for it. Is Thames Water aware that they're later in this? Is Thames Water still here, I think? Yes. Oh. Are you aware that it's suggested you go later in the day or the programme. I can't hear you actually. Could you come a bit closer? Or thank you. If you just push the button, it goes on. Right. There's a button in front of you. That's it.
Testing. Sorry. Yeah. Well, we've just I've just come in. I had to briefly nip out. So RWE must be here tomorrow. So they're going to be pushed earlier. Is that right? And then I think we were going to be shortly after the Ramblers. I can't.
We were hoping to hear 4 parties. We've managed to move one to Friday.
Right. Because all I know is that Thames, we can't do Friday because our barrister Daisy is not available and neither is our witness.
Right.
So we just need to be mindful of that. We need to be heard, yeah.
Right. If I say that we'll start at 9:30 on the assumption that CPRE is available, or that we hear back from RWE, but if we've not heard back, we'll let you know and we'll just start at 10 as normal. I think there's no point in making it definite if we've got nobody to sit there.
Makes sense, yeah.
So if everybody could be available for 9:30, but we might
Maybe
end
10.
up at 10.
Understood.
Okay. I think that seems the practical way forward. So we do need to hear Thames Water and RWE tomorrow then. From my point of view, if they've both got to be completed tomorrow, I don't have a preference as to the order. Joanna, I don't know if it makes any difference if they're both heard tomorrow then, actually. What time is Thames Water coming tomorrow?
Well, we'll all be here from 9:30. Our barrister Daisy will be here.
Right.
And we're the rest of I'm part of the legal team. We're all here already. And I know that we're not going to be too long. I think the time estimate was half a day. But yeah, we have to be heard tomorrow.
So a change of plan. We'll start at 9:30 tomorrow. If the gentleman from CPRE is here, we'll hear him first because I think he will be under an hour. And then we'll move on to hear Thames Water. Then we don't need to worry about
Great.
RWE coming at the ordinary time. Yes.
That works.
Sorry.
That's great.
I think
Thank
that's
you.
probably the practical order, but if anyone's got any comments on that. No? So
That's acceptable. That seems the best plan. I think we will try and make it known to RWE that they need to be finished tomorrow as well because we can't respond on Friday to RWE.
no, if you can you do that? I think just having asked them to get here early, but I think if they've not responded, we can just revert to the original position. Yeah. I think that's the only practical way forward, and if we need to sit a little bit late, we'll sit a bit late and maybe have an easier day on Friday.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. What was the first person tomorrow?
It's hopefully, but we've not had confirmation, Nicholas Moon.
Okay.
From CPRE, Objection 9. If you go onto the inquiry's homepage, it's got a link to the programme, and
I
he's
have
listed
seen it,
there. But if he hasn't responded, he has responded, or
No. I think Mrs. Vincent has asked CPRE to move to Friday. That will be the ideal
Right,
position.
sorry, yes,
The response
if they
we're waiting
can.
for is whether they can.
CPRE. We've asked them, but we've not heard back from them.
Correct.
So, as I said, if he turns up tomorrow morning, we'll hear him first.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, could your witnesses be ready for 9:30
Yeah.
in case?
Yes, they can. Yeah.
But if he's here, because we'll be fairly quick, and we've already asked him to come back once. I'd rather hear him first.
Yeah, and sorry.
Does that
would
make
be-
sense?
Yeah, that does, yeah.
Right. Okay then, so we'll adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow? Okay, thank you everyone.